or a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning, excuse me, and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Commission. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Today is April 20th, 2022. It is 10:03 a.m.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0269, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be acted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Vice Chairman Hausman has requested on page 3 to remove item 22-0274. Library requests approval for usage of Beltline tab funds to fund the purchase of a collection of self-ready books. This item would be removed for separate consideration.
Okay. Any other items? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
I would humbly ask that item 0275, select Fulton, and item 0276, select Fulton, be removed as well.
For further discussion?
Please.
Any other items? All right, on the consent agenda as amended, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items that have been requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda. The first item, 22-0301, Public Works, requests approval of a material guaranteed maximum price.
To be added to the agenda?
To be added,
Or
yes.
is that an emergency? Who?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is one of these classic supply chain problems where getting this equipment for this line, as well as securing the price, works to our advantage, and we'd like to have it done today, or have the approval done today.
All right, this will require 5 affirmative votes to add it. Motion to approve to add by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
Vote is open to add 22-0301. And the motion passes unanimously. Second item requested to be added, 22-0302, request approval of a resolution creating and establishing the Fulton County Summer Team Job Training Program, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, what's the emergency?
The emergency is that school is about to get out and the crime in the community is out of control. And so as we have done in past summers, I'd like to make sure that we have funding available to train our teenagers, keep them out of trouble, and make sure that we can hope to try to curb the crime that is going on and put these young people to work.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Yeah, to add to the agenda. This will require 5 affirmative votes. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open to add 22-0302. And the motion fails, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
On page 4, 22-0279, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be revised. On page 4, 22-0281, presentation of proclamations and certificates. We need to include a proclamation recognizing Mansour Luqman Njai Mohammed, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Okay, anything else?
That is all in the added item.
All right, motion to, excuse me. Oh, Commissioner Ellis, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As at the previous meeting, item 220293 was ruled to be inappropriate for our regular agenda and the purview for executive session. And I know that we've had multiple discussions on this within executive session about the reasons and so forth why. So with that being the case, I would like to give Commissioner Abdur-Rahman the opportunity to remove this on her own. She'd be willing to remove this item based upon previous discussions, Commissioner?
Do I have the floor?
No, this is just a question.
Okay, well, I'll wait till I get the floor.
Okay, I'll interpret that as that you're not willing to remove this on your own. So I would ask the county attorney just to confirm again that based upon all prior discussions, this is not an item that should be the purview for a regular meeting, but it's a purview for executive session.
Item 220293 has previously been deemed by the board to be a matter reserved for executive session at the March 2nd executive session and also at the April 13th executive session.
Okay. So with that, I would just, I would ask that this be removed from the agenda, and that would be one of the amendments in taking up an executive session.
All right, I'll rule on that. Commissioner Abdur-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. This item came before the board on March 2nd, and we are at the end of April. Why this is not considered an emergency or something that deems to be important by this entire body still baffles me. With all due respect to the county attorney, I made a request for information. I still have not received that information. And so not in a spirit to be contrary, I think it is with disrespect to have a sitting commissioner to continually ask over and over again for information to make a educated decision and to allow the constituents, the 175,000 constituents that I actually represent. I think it's a travesty for this board to be in collusion for the disrespect of a sitting commissioner. I will not remove the item. I will continue to bring the item until the county attorney understands that she works for the entire board and not for the chair. And so with all due respect, I will not remove this item, and the information that I have requested in order to let my constituents know the position of this body, I am still standing on that request. Thank you.
Thank you. I rule that this resolution is properly before us in executive session. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, we're voting on the adoption of the recess meeting agenda.
All right, on the
As amended.
as amended. Motion to approve the agenda as amended by Commissioner Arrington. You want to be heard? The motion is
think
to
Commissioner
approve.
Ellis
Just a minute. Motion to approve the agenda as amended by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Now, Commissioner, you remove it? All right, thank you. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0280, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, March 16th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, April 13th, 2022.
All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0281, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognized in Iselene Richmond Shockley Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Hall and Arrington.
There are 5 proclamations, one that was added by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Is that right? 5?
Yes, maybe 4. We
Four.
think we're
Which
going to
one's
remove one.
removed?
They're not here.
The Latin American Association was removed, so we have 4.
Mr. Chairman, as last time, because of my knee, I'm not going to try to go down there and stand.
Understand.
No lack of respect for these items.
Come on down. No, everybody come down. Yes. And stand with this powerful woman, community servant leader. Come on, caring for others. We know you care. Good morning, good morning. Ms. Esleen Richmond Shockley is an amazing woman, and her team is an amazing team. I have known her for, I'm going to date myself if I say how many years. But this organization, Caring for Others, feeds hundreds of thousands of people. They clothe hundreds of thousands of people. They give out brand new refrigerators, brand new appliances, stoves, and they have designers who give them tractor trailer loads full of clothes and baby carriages and everything you could imagine, anything that someone needs to be sustainable in their household for themselves, the youth and their families. This organization has what every family needs to stand up and get on their feet and sustain their lifestyle. So it is an honor to present you with this proclamation, and it reads, whereas Esleen Richmond Shockley is a native of Guyana, South America, and relocated to the United States in 1979 to further her education at Southeastern University, where she studied international economics and finance. And whereas Esleen moved to Atlanta, Georgia in 1985 after marrying her life partner and biggest supporter, Mr. Ray Shockley, a native Atlantan, and began her career with MCI Telecommunications Company. And whereas Esleen became attaché for her native country of Guyana during the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, after the Olympics, she formed an international consulting company, GBTS Enterprises, working with third world countries in the Caribbean. And whereas Esleen and some friends planned a joint program with Dodd Sterling United Church in 2001 to organize the first community holiday event, which provided over 300 low-income individuals with children's clothing, food, and toys, which gave birth to the development of the infrastructure for Caring for Others Incorporated. And whereas to date, Caring for Others Incorporated has provided assistance to more than 35,000 individual families, children, and senior citizens with over $30.5 million of in-kind goods and services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Esleen Richmond Shockley for her tireless work that impacts the lives of people in need, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 as Esleen Richmond Shockley Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
I would like to say thank you. This is very emotional. I don't like to be recognized like this. I only want to do my work that God has called me to do. But it's only what we do for the least of these, and it's important to me for us to continue to give a voice to the faces of poverty. Poverty has taken over our city, our county, and we must help. Thank you so much to all of the commissioners and all of you here today. Thank you for this recognition.
Can I take this picture? Okay.
The next proclamation is recognizing Mackenzie Thompson Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Welcome, congratulations. Certainly my pleasure to present this proclamation today, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Whereas Mackenzie Thompson, a resident of South Fulton and senior at Westlake High School, has received acceptance letters from 49 colleges and over $1.3 million in scholarship offers. And whereas Mackenzie has been a star student throughout her high school career and credits her success to strict time management and multitasking. And whereas Mackenzie serves as her senior class president, co-captain of the Blue Rain dance team, vice president of the Beta Club, and the varsity baseball manager, she's also a member of the National Honor Society and the Honor Society of Dance and Arts. And whereas Mackenzie has chosen Tuskegee University in Alabama, a historically Black university, where she will pursue a degree in animal science in her pursuit of becoming a veterinarian. And whereas Mackenzie's love of animals began when she was growing up as an only child and her house was full of dogs, guinea pigs, fish, and other pets. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Mackenzie Thompson for her example of academic excellence and extends to her our best wishes in her pursuit of becoming a veterinarian, and hereby proclaims today, Wednesday, April 20th, 2022, as Mackenzie Thompson Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Okay. Hi. I just want to say thank you for this proclamation. It really feels good to get recognition from our own community. This community raised me, so it feels really good to give back and people see the good that comes out of our community rather than all the bad stuff. So I just want to thank my parents as well. That is my whole backbone. Couldn't do anything without them. And also my schools, Westlake, Sandtown, Stonewall Hill, all that good stuff. Mr. Parker for being here. He's one of my administrators. And yeah, that's it.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Organ and Tissue Month, sponsored by Commissioners Arrington and Hall.
Absolutely. No opposition to that at all. Welcome, welcome. Proclamation reads as follows: whereas more than 106,000 United States citizens await life-saving or life-enhancing organ transplants, of which nearly 3,500 reside in Georgia, and more than 2.5 million people throughout the country. And in Georgia, benefit annually from tissue transplantation thanks to thousands of tissue donors. And whereas a record number of transplants occurred in 2021, thanks to the generosity of 20,400 deceased and living donors, of which 1,243 transplant patients and 574 deceased and living donors were from the state of Georgia. And whereas the need for organ, eye, and tissue donation remains critical, as a new patient is added to the national waiting list for an organ transplant every 10 minutes. And an average of 20 people die daily due to the lack of available organs. And whereas organ, eye, and tissue donation is the ultimate act of generosity and kindness and can provide countless families the comfort of knowing the gift of donated organs and tissue endows another person with renewed hope for an improved quality of life. And whereas nearly 3.8 million Georgians have registered their decision to give and donate their organs at donatelifegeorgia.org when getting or renewing their driver's license or state identification card, or when getting a hunting or fishing license through the Department of Natural Resources. And LifeLink of Georgia continues its mission for recovering organs and tissue for transplantation therapy in Georgia. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Donate Life Georgia and LifeLink of Georgia for their life-saving mission of providing hope to those in need of tissue and organ donation, and supports efforts in encouraging citizens to become donors, and does hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as National Organ and Tissue Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone, the Board of Commissioners, on behalf of LifeLink of Georgia, for honoring us and understanding that our fight and our efforts to educate the community on a daily basis on organ, tissue, and eye donation. It is almost heart-wrenching to know that 8 out of 10 years, one Black person has to wait for a kidney transplant. So the best way that we can help is to understand the dynamics in our community and where we fit in and how we can assist and register and be a blessing in death to donate organs. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good morning, everyone. I'm a representative of LifeLink as well. 7 years ago, I was given 5 days to live. And by the grace of God, I got the most important gift you can give anyone, which is the gift of life. And so for the rest of my life, I go around and I promote the importance of really registering to be an organ donor. 22 people die every day. 22 people die every day, and 60% are African American and Hispanic. We need the organ, but we got to get the message out to register to be an organ donor. So I'm here today because somebody paid it for me, and I want to make sure I continue to pay it for others. Thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
The last proclamation is recognizing Mansour Lukman Njai Muhammad, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I am so proud this morning as you see this wonderful group of young people. Monsieur, you've made me so proud. This is a proclamation. This is the highest civilian recognition at the county level. Whereas Monsieur Lukman Muhammad is a student at Blackstone Academy and author of the series Monsieur and the Mysterious Wheel. And whereas Monsieur struggled with reading early in his life because many of the books he read did not reflect a life nor imagery that was familiar to him. But with the support of his mother, sister, and additional creative writing classes, he began writing about adventures that excited him. And whereas Monsour's series showcases various scenarios that teach him lessons on building character and addressing life's challenges, including how to turn community cleanup into an entrepreneur opportunity or overcoming social isolation in the midst of a pandemic by getting guidance from a friend on a wheel that seems to be following him. And whereas Mansour has learned that other children of color had the same type of interest barriers as he did and sought to help other children, both domestically and internationally, and whereas with the support of KSTB Enterprises, Mansour is now the founder and president of ICRA International, LLC, a 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to bring the joy of reading to children of color around the world and to address the systematic problems of illiteracy head on. It is with immense proud and humble respect for this young entrepreneur that saw a problem that he had, recognized the problem in the community, and started his own nonprofit. And I also want to say I humbly thank the parents because, as my late mother, Victoria Travis Jackson, says, the fruit does not fall far from the tree. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Mansour Lukman Muhammad for his vivid imagination, hard work that has led him to be one of the youngest business owners in Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 20th, 2022, as Mansour Lukman Muhammad Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you. Ramadan Mubarak, everyone. Ramadan Kareem. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, thank you, Commissioner Khadija Abdur Rahman, for honoring me with my wonderful proclamation. You are truly the commissioner who cares. Who would have thought that when I was writing a book with my mom in a basement apartment at 5 years old, that one day I would be receiving such an amazing honor as this. Thank you to my parents, sister, grandparents, extended family, friends, Blackstone Academy teachers, students, and the community for your support, encouragement, and of course, you purchasing my books. Allow me to leave you with these words of encouragement. Everything you desire to know to fulfill your dreams can be found in a book. So read and take on wings. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
On page 5, public hearings, 22-0282, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 2 speaker cards.
How many?
2 here in Assembly Hall. Will the 2 speakers please come down? Sandra Burkhart and Ruth Walker.
And speakers, when you have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds, and that is your cue to conclude your remarks.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. I've been attending these meetings for months. Why? I come for 2 reasons: to pray and to speak the truth for 2 minutes. Truth motivates me. It has no gender. It has no political party. It has no color. It should unite us all. Many people in powerful positions are aware of the size of Fulton County and the arrogance they display over the part they can play in elections is disconcerting. At the last Fulton County Commissioners meeting, several individuals from South Fulton used their 2 minutes to say they believe Fulton County Commissioner Chairman Rob Pitts should resign for several reasons. One was his influence over elections. Chairman Pitts, I will say I was concerned when I heard you say in a press conference, we delivered Joe Biden, we delivered Senator Ossoff, we delivered Senator Warnock, and we will deliver Senator Warnock again in 2024. No elected official should consider delivering candidates as part of their responsibility. At these commissioner meetings on March 16th of this year, the widow of Andrew Young, Carolyn Young, said, "What I do for God. That is also my desire." Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Ruth Walker, and I come here today because we have a housing crisis in the state of Georgia, and it needs to be addressed immediately because the people's rights are being violated. If you are a white person, and would you please stand if you would like to be treated the way the black people are being treated? Okay, so since no one is standing, there's a clear answer that they don't want to be treated the way that we're being treated. And it's been a systematic problem that's been going on for a very long time in the state of Georgia. Even from 1935 to 1975, there was a whole reconstruction of Atlanta. And it has been a systematic system that's been set against us as black people. And race does not even exist. That's a whole lie that's fabricated. That we are the human race, and then there's one person that thinks that they're superior to others, and there's others that's not. And that's not the truth. And so what I am here to do is to tell everybody that we, the black people, are afraid of you, and we don't know what to do about it. Because you have all the power, and you rule all areas of our life, and it's unacceptable that we live in such a wealth disparity in this country. It's terrible. It's like the Tale of Two Cities. You go to Buckhead, which used to be an all-black neighborhood, Macedonia Park. But we were displaced, and we're continuously displaced by the system, and it's not okay because it's systematic. And what it all boils down is to white genetic survival. And guess what? We're all out here trying to survive. That's our relatability. We're all family when it comes down to the end of it.
15
we all
seconds.
come from Africa. That is origin, and there's no way that we, the African-American people, are the minority. We're totally the majority.
Next, we have 6 speakers that are on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today I want to discuss item 22-0286 with you regarding the purchasing of $136,000 worth of items from Dominion Voting Systems. This item needs to be discussed today and given some clarity because first of all, we have a new voting system. So one of the items that's included, and thank you for the supporting documentation, is a server worth $11,000. So why are we buying a server when this is a fairly new system? There's also an ATI or kits, which is like USB thumb drives, it looks like, worth $15,000. Would like clarification on that. And there's a shipping line item of $6,000. I know there's a lot of ballot like stock paper that's included in there, but you can purchase an entire 18-wheeler semi-truck and drive it across the country for less than $6,000. Maybe today it's closer to that. But I would imagine we're not renting an entire semi-truck and driving it all the way across the country for these items. Secondly, there's this tactic of waiting until the last minute and saying that this is emergency and that we need it. Well, if you'll notice on these supporting documents, this quote was received, one was February 19th and one was February 24th. So I would expect the same tactic to be used again today, but why are we waiting 2 months to bringing this item forward if it's necessity,
15
if it's
seconds.
an emergency? So let's stop this tactic of waiting to the last minute and claiming it's an emergency. Lastly, I have applied to be a poll worker on election day, and this was weeks ago, and I still have not received any response. So there's still a lot of issues. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners and staff, and greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. This talk is about the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs under the so-called watchful eye of Office of Aging and Youth Management. Apparently, when those Commission on Elder Affairs board members raised their right hand and took that oath of office, they failed to understand that serious service to senior citizens leaves no room for malingering or going AWOL in December. In 1912, the elderly founders said board meetings 12 times a year. Tradition has said board meetings 12 times a year. For years, the Commission on Elder Affairs bylaws have said board meetings 12 times a year. This month, the new pretenders said, oh no, we're not having that in our bylaws. We're not meeting in December. Board meetings 11 times a year. So what next? Meeting only 10 times a year, like Neighborhood Planning Unit R in Atlanta Council Districts 11 and 12, who vacation during the month of June and again during the month of December? Oh no, we're not having that. Commission on Elder Affairs members, folks, stay tuned on this one.
15 seconds.
The next person to speak is Candace Stockham. Candace Stockham.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi. Commissioners, thank you for your hard work in Fulton County. I'd like to ask that you please support the Board of Elections and give them all of the resources that they need to sufficiently staff, prepare, and fund the administration for the voting cycle of the entire year. Also, as the BOE is endeavoring to recruit and train sufficient staff currently, I would ask that you are mindful and proactive in ensuring that the county precincts are staffed and equipped. Thank you and have a great day.
The next person to speak is Kevin Muldowney. Kevin Muldowney. Okay.
Hello. Yeah. How you doing? Had to unmute it. Good morning, Chairman Pitts and esteemed board. Both the BRE audits as well as the Carter-Jones report point out a major problem at the BRE of submitting invoices late. Agenda item 22-0286, Exhibit 3, Cost Proposal 2 for that ballot stock. A ream of paper, 500 sheets for $65,000. 1,600 reams for $104,000, enough for 800 registered voters, which is what we have. Actually, 110,000 delivered. This must be really special paper. A ream of 8.5 by 11, 80 weight paper. I saw on Amazon for $25. Fulton County BRE is buying 1,600 of these for $65 each and paying $6,000 for delivery. Seems expensive on both counts, but we'll never know. The invoice is dated Feb 24, 2022, and today is April 20th, nearly 2 months later. Early voting starts in 12 days. Procrastinate and hold back the invoice till there is no time to make an informed decision. Force the Board of Commissioners to forego their fiduciary duties. This seems to be the MO of the BRE. To a simple citizen of Fulton County, this seems to be a bunch of baloney. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Marika Lamoureux.
Good morning. My name is Marika and I live in Midtown Atlanta. Thank you for your work in Fulton County. The May 24th primary election is fast approaching. The Fulton Board of Commissioners should continue to support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources they need to sufficiently staff, prepare, and fund administration of the 2022 election cycle. Fulton Board of Elections is currently working to recruit and train staff for the upcoming election, and funding allocated by the BOC is critical to ensuring precincts in the county are fully prepared with staff and equipment. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak.
The next person to speak is Thomas Walbach. Thomas Walbach. Okay, Thomas Walbach. With that being said, that concludes all the speakers for the Zoom comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 3 emailed in comments.
The first email comment is from Carrie Hefner. As a resident and voter in Fulton County, thank you so much for all you do. As we approach a busy election year beginning with the May 24th primary, I ask the board to continue supporting the Board of Elections as they work hard to prepare, staff, and run our elections. Continued funding allocations enable the BOE to effectively recruit and train staff across all of Fulton's voting precincts. It is critical that all precincts are fully prepared and are supplied with the staffing and equipment they need to support all of Fulton's voters. The next email comment is provided by Suzanne Hubbard. Last week, I made a public comment about poll working and received a number of responses. I was happy to learn that people are listening. Everyone was very nice and seemed eager to help. They said they would be able to find me a spot to work and would call me back. More than one person said they would get thousands of applications for poll workers, so you can not possibly respond to everyone. But during the BOC meetings, we are given the impression that you cannot get enough community support to do the elections without the temporary staffing agencies' help. I was told to give the contact information to have other people call them if they were also still looking for help. So I did. So far, no one has been called back that I know of, including me. I am sure everyone is busy, but it should not be this difficult. I will continue to reach out. Just thought you would like to know the community is interested in helping. Thank you for your time and consideration. The last email comment is by Tom Wolbach. The voting rolls in Fulton County need a lot of work. When is the county going to rid the rolls of people signed up with no addresses at post offices or UPS stores, at dead people, duplicate names, moved to other states or counties, etc.? Integrity in elections began with clean voter rolls. This concludes all of the comments.
No further speakers.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the public comment section of the agenda. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, county manager items under open and responsible government, 22-0283. County presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. With only 1 week elapsing, we do not have a lot of new information in the material that you have. And also, DPH has moved to weekly reporting now as opposed to daily. So that may serve to diminish some of our insights and ability to project, but we're making adjustments in light of that. Yeah, I think it makes even more critical the partnership that we talked in the last meeting with Emory for wastewater testing for COVID results. That'll give us kind of a silent sentinel to see either hotspots or general trends in Fulton County from that effort, and we look forward to kicking that off in the next week or so. All of our operations remain open and largely normalized as we prepare for the special grand jury on May the 2nd. We've worked with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office as well as Fulton County Police and Chief Yates, specifically for public benefit. The tax and vital records offices here at Fulton at 141 Pryor, Fulton County, will close that week, and our employees will be encouraged to telework. There will be some street closures, and our building will be open, and the shuttle service will continue to run, but just for, in the abundance of caution, we'll have that posture. The plan for today is really to focus on our most significant program, which is Project Orca. Another 10,000 cases have been resolved since March 28th. There are some risks in the program, specifically in security hiring, as well as number of cases being charged, and Alton Adams will highlight the overall results as well as those risks. I do want to make you aware, if you have not already received your copy, this effort was profiled in the ACCG magazine for the spring, which I happen to have a copy of here. And really, as a point of excellence in county government, a very nice note from Dave Wills, which we appreciate that recognition. With the BOC approval in the last meeting, we've moved forward with making key classification pay range changes. We're also working on broader communications relative to compensation for our employees, as well as details for our department heads. And as you know, we plan to bring back a comprehensive review of all positions to be considered in the July timeframe. Also with BOC approval, we are now developing procedures for simplified procurements for purchases below $100,000. So again, we want to thank you for both of those important initiatives being approved. As we emerge from COVID response, we want to highlight a new Health and Human Services mobile app today. It's been developed with a collaboration between Dr. Ursel, Jessica Corbett, and Glenn Melendez. It's another innovative approach, I think, to connect citizens with our services. And also, we'll be talking about developing a robust plan using mobile health vans with our sponsors' help, Commissioner Hall. And it's up to 3. I just want to make that note for the public benefit, because we did purchase 2 during the process when the CARES dollars were available. We maintained ownership of those. They're being used by the Board of Health. And now we're going to pull together a program using all 3 of those for pushing health services out into the community in a robust way. In that same way, again, also brought up in a question last session, is we are working on fixed sites for health and human services. in 2 locations. North Point, where we already own a building that has served as our COVID response center. As that transitions, that will become a Health and Human Services Center. And then the development of a new building on Stonewall Tell across from our current South Annex in a like manner and like size to also provide health and human services from a central location. Of course, that'll be complemented by these mobile efforts that I talked about, as well as long-standing clinics, but I think having those 2 centers in place will turbocharge our efforts to take the learnings from the pandemic and really bring them to the forefront in terms of public health services. On the COVID financials, we've not received any confirmation from our lobbyists about funds being recalled. There is a visit scheduled to DC by commission leadership in early May, so we'll certainly be seeking any input then. But as it stands now, we continue to operate with that approved set of initiatives that the board approved back earlier in 2021. We're glad to get back today to having a strategic area report on justice and public safety. We want to thank the 2 liaisons, Commissioner Abdurrahman and Morris, for their help, guidance, and support for this effort. And again, Alton Adams will be leading that discussion along with the discussion of Project Orca. So if there are any questions on the first part of the report, we're pleased to take that now. If not, we'll transition to going through the details from Project Orca.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions from anyone? Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hausman. I'm looking for the page number. It's 13. It says COVID-19 response on the top in red. And I just think maybe the comma is in the wrong place for COVID-19 vaccines administered. It says 550,00, and then below it where it says at-home antigen tests procured for distribution, the 174,00. So is that?
Yes, ma'am. It looks like thank you for catching that. It looks
That's
like we
all right.
left out a 0, so it should be 550,000 vaccines administered. These are through our sites, and then 174,000 at-home antigen tests procured for distribution.
I was hoping that's where the comma
Yes, ma'am.
went. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize for that.
That's all right.
Very good. Normally Lee and I catch that kind of stuff. Vice Chair.
No, it's Mr. Arrington's in there next.
My question goes back to the mortgage assistance. Dr. Rochelle, I know we identified some cases in Superior Court with foreclosures pending. Have we been able to coordinate with the Chief Judge and the Superior Court to have them work with the $354 million that is available?
Good morning. The plan for providing information to homeowners is going to be through the Justice Resource Center, both the in-person services and the website. The court itself, David Summerlin is meeting with Judge Brasher to determine how the alternative dispute resolution process will include any information and engagement for homeowners. As of yesterday, I had not received any update from David Summerlin regarding his conversation with Judge Brasher, but I expect to be receiving that update any day now.
All right, I would like to, I guess, be involved in those conversations. I don't think that the list that was provided is comprehensive. I think there were maybe 30 or 33 on there.
Yes, sir.
I believe there are more cases than that. That they may just not be identified as foreclosure. They may be under contract or breach of contract. So, all right, and I guess I'll just reach out to the Chief Judge myself because I don't understand why we can't do what the magistrate court did and work with these parties to make sure that people stay in their home, especially knowing that we have money available to help them stay in their homes.
Yes, sir.
And I guess if you could, I'm gonna do it, but if you could do it as well, so we can double team them.
Yes, sir. I will. I'll keep your office updated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't see you come back. Just want a little more information on the water testing program. I'm looking at page 15. Has it started yet?
No, ma'am. I think we're going to start within a week or two, but we've had really great discussions with Emory. And let me say it maybe perhaps differently. On a widespread basis, there has been testing at Hartsfield-Jackson, so they know how to do it. And quite frankly, as I heard on the conference call, the results are astounding. It's like the ability with 5 cases within 100,000 folks to identify the presence of COVID, so it's quite precise.
Wow.
And our plan is to work with Emory to determine, A, how do you do it broadly, but then B, also, how do we look at certain places that maybe are more targeted, like Mercedes-Benz Stadium is one that came up at the call that may give us a broad cross-section of folks coming together for a single event.
Well, I'm looking at the graphic here of, it looks like the city of Atlanta. I'm struggling to read it, quite frankly, and I see red dots. Are those locations that the testing will occur?
Yes, ma'am. I think there have been some testing that they have done with Atlanta Watershed, but Atlanta Watershed did not have the ample staff to continue or do as often. So these are indicating where some of this testing has been done. I mentioned Hartsfield-Jackson, but there have been other locations.
So is this excuse me, was there someone going to answer?
That may be Matt.
It's Matthew Palmer from Emergency Management. Those locations that you see is a combination of Atlanta Public School locations that they have an agreement with, as well as Atlanta Watershed locations that they have been doing historically. But we'll be working with them to add additional 20 locations that will be done in unison with them, as well as our Office of Public Works, to find out something that will give us a great snapshot from north to south, east to west of our jurisdiction.
You're reading my mind. I just wanted to make sure that we were being comprehensive and going all over the county, not just the city of Atlanta. So thank you for that. So it's going to start next week. And we'll get reports on this periodically?
Not that quickly. We actually had a meeting with them last week. We're trying to determine the 20 locations now. Luckily, because of the state art program that our Public Works Department runs, we'll be able to go ahead and help their biostatisticians do some incredible work and do more analysis than they have been able to do thus far. And we will be able to hopefully get you guys something in the very near future. We do not have a date to share at this particular point in time.
All right, thank you. My second question is in regard to this BA2 outbreak that seems like some parts of the country and maybe other parts of the world that it's more significant than we're experiencing here at the moment. But it does raise the question of the treatments that are now available that we didn't have in the other surges. And I've asked this question a few times before. I'm just curious where we are currently with getting the adequate treatments in-house in order to be ready should we have some sort of major event.
I have to defer to Dr. Paxson and Dr. Holland for more specifics on that. They are not with us today. I will say that we have, through our coordination calls with them, been reported that increase in the amount of availability of those within the metro area. The Board of Health will not be offering the antivirals at their location. It's just a little too difficult for them to be able to accomplish that. But they are increasing in availability in Metro Atlanta.
I would appreciate in the next report just a little more detailed information about the availability. I think that we're getting questions. I know I am about that. So I just think it's important that we understand exactly what the environment is should anything else occur. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I just wanted an update on, and I don't know, this may be further in the report, but it's exactly what we're going to have in place for COVID safety for the upcoming election polling places.
Commissioner, it's not specifically addressed in the COVID report, so we can pull that information together and share it with the board. But we should have the same protocols in place that we've had for previous election cycles. Hand sanitizing, election workers with masks available to them to wear. We have the shields and everything, so we should have what we need to ensure that we are keeping the poll workers and the voters as safe as possible. But since we've lifted our mask requirement, it would all be available and recommended for use.
The reason I was asking, my office received a question from a constituent, and I was under the assumption that the old protocols was in place, but I did not want to speak for that department because I know we have listed the mask update, here. So they wanted to know, in the actual polling places, will you be required to wear a mask or not? And so that's why I was asking if we could just get an update at some point.
Yeah, we'll work with elections to get that to you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yeah, I want to follow up with that. I'm sure most of you have heard that just day before yesterday, the mask mandate was lifted for all sort of travel. I think I heard a collective sigh of relief throughout the country, quite frankly, about that lifting of that. And I don't want to send the mixed message that we're going to require masks again at our election facilities, because I don't think that that's the direction we're headed, is it? Please tell me no.
Commissioner, if I gave that impression, I did not mean to. I said I believe that we have all of the items that we would need. We have masks, we have shields, we have all of the things that a poll worker or a voter, who may not feel comfortable without. I believe that we have all of that available.
So we would provide it, it would be optional should an employee or a worker or a member of the public feel like they wanted to utilize that. We would have it available, but it's not going to be a requirement to vote.
Yeah, we've not had any discussion about it being a requirement since we've lifted the mask mandate in our facilities. Now, I guess there may be a caveat to that because some of the facilities that we are using are not county facilities. At those facilities, I believe we would have to abide by whatever the requirements are in place for those facilities.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Now, y'all have confused me now. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, Chairman, I am confused as well. I think, and here again, with all due respect, at a later date, County Manager, if we could just get some kind of update and clarity, because one of the questions that one of my constituents asked from before they were required to wear a mask upon entering the polling place. And so, like Ms. Whitmore said, some of those places are out of our control. And so I think just for the sake of the public, if we can actually give an update, in a timely manner, maybe by the next board meeting, or if I can at least get some of the information I would like to just have clarity to what I need to let the constituents know, I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. We'd like to walk through the Project Orca slides. And it starts, Madam Clerk, on page 31, I think. Mr. Adams will lead that discussion as usual.
Good morning, Commissioners. I will give you a high level and answer any questions rather than diving into to detail on this. But overall, we continue to see good progress on Project Orca. If you can go to page 33, please. In terms of hiring, we continue to make progress, but we are in fact starting to experience a bit of attrition, and we are having some of the challenges that, broadly speaking, Fulton County and other entities are having in terms of attracting individuals. That having been said, the three things I'd like to point out. One is, in the case of the public defender, the recent increases to salaries, which will be mirrored in Orca, should help dramatically in terms of increasing their staffing and their capability. They've had a number of vacancies for quite some time. Additionally, we're working closely with the sheriff and marshal to update postings. We have increased salaries for the sheriff's deputies, and so that will continue to be a bit slow because, as you're aware, there are challenges in terms of recruiting sworn officers across the country, and the Atlanta area is no exception to that. But we continue to work to try to fill those vacancies as well. The next slide is a summary of the progress to date. Since we started our official count on the 6th of December, we have disposed of 30,000 cases. Overall, we are tracking in terms of a kind of a linear model of disposing of the cases. What I will say is that we are exceeding the plan when it comes to civil cases. We are continuing to run a bit behind plan when it comes to criminal cases, which we expected. But at this point in time, I think we feel good about the fact that we continue to trend down at a good pace. Our next slide talks to the cases that have been closed by judge. And I think the one thing I would point out here is we've made significant progress across the board in terms of the judges disposing of the cases. The next slide, page 36, gives you a sense of the remaining cases. So we made a lot of progress, but we got a ways to go in terms of the cases that need to be disposed of. And here again, we'll continue to track it, but feel good about the momentum that we have in Superior Court. Same is the case for State Court, page 37, where here again, we continue to have good progress in terms of closing cases since December across the board. And then the next page gives you a sense for the magnitude of the remaining cases in State Court. As part of the sheriff's focus on reducing the jail population, if you can go to the next slide, as you're aware, we are currently housing approximately 300 of our Fulton County detainees at the Cobb Jail. One of the challenges we ran into in doing that, however, was the fact that Cobb did not have the Zoom room capabilities that we currently have at Fulton County. So what you're seeing is our 3 Zoom rooms that we actually equipped, working with the Cobb Jail, to allow Fulton County detainees at the Cobb Jail to have virtual access for hearings and being able to talk to their attorneys and the like. And so this is going to help us dramatically be able to ensure that the individuals at Cobb don't necessarily have to be transported to Rice Street and then to the courthouse to actually move their cases along. And then finally, on page 40, a quick summary of kind of where we are. 75% of the hiring, as I mentioned, excluding the sheriff and marshal, because those are particularly challenging. We've added mini Zoom rooms actually additional Zoom rooms to the Fulton County Jail. And so what we have done is we've increased the ability for our Superior Court and State Court judges to actually have hearings once a week as opposed to once every 10 days. That's going to continue to help our throughput, and it's going to continue to help provide the necessary capacity that we need to be able to advance the cases as we move forward. And so those have been up and running. We have approximately 5 Zoom rooms on each floor of the Fulton County Jail as we sit here today. We continue to have evening court. We've approximately 500 cases to date that have gone through that since we started the pilot. So that's a quick summary of where we are. In terms of a risk or issues, there are 3 things that I'd like to highlight. First is on the hiring side, it continues to be a focus. We continue to use a number of levers to ensure that we get individuals into the process, and quite frankly, that we get them through our hiring process as quickly as possible for those individuals deemed qualified. The second big risk, though, is that as I've mentioned, this is not a linear process. As we start to move further down with civil cases and start to move into criminal cases, we are in fact going to have a few bumps in terms of the pace. And so it's just something we're keeping an eye on, something we're trying to make sure we focus on as much as we can. But it is something that I would consider to be a risk long-term as we look at our trajectory. And then finally, I think the other thing I would point out is we still have a significant number of cases that have yet to be indicted or charged by the solicitor, and it is critical that those cases move from their docket, so to speak, into the state and superior court chambers so that we can continue to move down the path and continue this trajectory. So that's a quick summary of where we are. I'm happy to take any questions or provide additional information.
Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. One sort of general question. In terms of cadence going forward, should we expect to see this exact same data set every 2 weeks or every month now?
We have it, right now we have it once a month, Commissioner.
So we'll continue to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So on slide 34, which kind of gets to this waterfall, if you will, which I think we need to begin to pay particularly close attention to. You know, we started the process back in November, October?
We started the actual hiring in August. And then we actually, by the time we got everyone hired and got everything up and going, the official date was December 6th in terms of kind of measuring.
So you started, we picked that date because that's what you've used as the official kickoff.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess I would look at the numbers on a one hand. I'm a little bit discouraged with the progress in a few of the areas, given the resources that we've committed, and given that some of the places, looking at the hiring chart, have almost hired all of the folks that, you know, they were allocated to, and then some of the ones that, you know, haven't hired all the folks are performing a little bit better in terms of disposition of cases. And I'm not, you know, I don't say that to, you know, to cast aspersions on anybody's performance, but I do think in a very quick order, you know, I want to understand why this isn't moving at a faster pace. And then, you know, so, you know, I know you alluded to some of that in your remarks, and but I think we need to get a little bit more granular going forward if we're not seeing these numbers move at a quicker pace than what they are. You know, understand certain aspects around criminal trials and that sort of stuff, and I guess I don't necessarily understand some of the stuff around why some of the prosecutorial stuff isn't moving faster than what it is. My other question sort of within this is, you know, this is good to see, but what's going on with new cases coming in the door? So, I mean, I guess I'm curious, you know, is whatever progress we're gaining here basically being neutered by new cases that are coming in the door, and we're effectively not ahead, but we're behind. I mean, we don't really have a snapshot of that here unless I'm missing it.
No, we don't, but I can provide a snap. We've been talking about and looking at the data, so we'll be prepared to give you an update on that same time next month in terms of how we're tracking on the what we call post-Orca cases. We have a small backlog, as would be expected, because we have a kind of a standing start in some of the in kind of business as usual. The other thing too is we have some practical constraints in terms of the number of individuals that we can transport over. So while we increased the capacity of the court and we added people, we still have constraints in terms of how many individuals can be brought over for trials and the like, and we're still ramping up with jury cadence. So yes, I'll be prepared to give you an update on where we are.
Okay. So it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like in some of these places, we may not have made any real progress based upon the new backlog that's come on.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think what I would say is that that there is kind of a lag time between a case and then the charging and then getting to court and so on. So I would say that we are making progress. We are hearing trials, obviously. Right. And we're doing really well, even in the kind of post-Orca when it comes to civil trials, a little less so on the criminal side.
Okay. And the waterfalls on the judges stuff are really kind of hard to gauge what's efficient or not efficient. Really, I mean, based upon, I don't know if there's a way we can kind of put this in perspective, individually in terms of cases on their docket versus cases being closed out, because I mean, I know some of them have different caseloads based upon the work they're handling and that sort of stuff. So, I don't know if there's a different way to kind of think about the way we might present this, but I mean, obviously, if somebody's got a lot of pending cases and then, they're high on one end and they're low on the other end, I guess that sort of raises some questions and stuff they can look at. But I don't know if there's a way to present these two together.
Okay.
And sort of a way to kind of view it. It might just help sort of conceptually to look at it.
Okay.
And then lastly, just wanted a little bit of better understanding on page 39 about these Zoom rooms, or I guess you may have another slide on it as well. But really, my fundamental question was, it seemed to be like if we're adding that many more on 40, if we're adding 26 additional at the Fulton Jail, how many do we have right now? I mean, is this like we only had 2 or 3 there, and now
we had 3 per floor,
okay,
Commissioner, and we've added 2 additional ones per floor, which will increase our capacity significantly.
Okay.
We don't have enough. The way we have it today, it literally a Superior Court judge has to wait 10 days between calendars, just because of our capacity.
Okay.
And so this is going to allow us to accelerate that so they can have a calendar a week as opposed to a calendar every 10 days.
Okay, so say that again, it'll allow the reduction from 10 days to 5 days?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, with this additional stuff?
Yes.
So what's the estimated time frame for when these would be completed?
Well, the ones at the jail, our jail, are actually in process right now. I'll give you an update. But they've ordered the hardware, and as I understand it, it's being implemented kind of as we speak. But I'll give you an update on when they're going to be actually finished.
So, I mean, in terms of magnitude of impact on throughput, I mean, do you have any? Can you
here
frame
again,
that in a sense of kind of, I mean, I understand the calendar being shortened a week, but what does that mean in terms of like a number of cases?
Well, this increases our overall output throughput by 60%. So I can give you a sense. I can give you some specifics, but just at a high level, we're going to be able to do 60% more cases once this is completed than we're able to do today.
Okay. And then on the, have we started the evening courts?
We have. We've had approximately 500 cases go through evening court so far, and we're ramping it up. We had started with a pilot. Right. We had a few things that we needed to refine a little bit. We had some technology things and some calendaring things and working closely with the public defender, so we gave them enough notice for these. So we worked through that, and so at this point in time, 500 to date. I think last week we did somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 80 cases.
Okay, all right. All right, well, thank you for this. I mean, I understand we're only doing this once a month in terms of the detail, but I think that if there are, notable items that you think are worth sharing every time we do the COVID report, just to, make some brief remarks, I think it's fine that we keep this sort of front and center, kind of within every one of our updates, at least on some level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for those questions. I was going to seek the floor to talk about some of the things you did talk about, so that'll shorten it a little bit. First of all, know that we have an ORCA update meeting every week. I sit in on that every week. Alton has done an unbelievable job in pulling all this together. It really is quite complex. I'm a lawyer, although I never did any criminal law, so I don't really understand some of the processes, but I'm certainly getting an education. And Shay Alexander, our facilitator, is a real treasure, and you all are to be commended tremendously, Alton, for the work that you've been doing, as have the Justice Partners. I mean, they really are trying to work very hard on all of this. I did want to just make a comment on page 34, if we can go back to that. It has been a little disappointing about the charge rates, but I also understand and have been informed in response to some of my questions. We're going to see, for example, the orange, the Solicitor General's numbers. We're going to see that one go down, and some of those cases, when the Solicitor General works out something, dismisses a case, or works out something with a plea bargain, that may not go to the state court number. But otherwise, when the solicitor has charged, done the process to charge the case, it will then leave the Solicitor General's number and go to the state court number. And similarly, when the DA has indicted somebody, it will leave the purple number and go to the Superior Court number. And so we'll see a shifting of some of these cases and a reduction as they go through. You ask about the post-COVID number. That's been a question of mine at virtually every meeting because we didn't want to see the Justice Partners so focused, even with the additional resources we've provided. We didn't want them so focused on this backlog that they're not really dealing with the new cases. And so we've been looking at that and are going to try to have some numbers for future reports on that, because it doesn't, as you've suggested, it doesn't serve us well if we reduce the backlog here and the balloon expands on the other end. And then finally, we have wrestled as a group about presenting the judges' numbers. There's so many reasons why some of these numbers will vary from judge to judge. If a judge, for example, had a big backlog before COVID hit, we're going to see that judge disposing of a lot of them and still having a lot left. And we might have a judge that had very few numbers because he or she was really pretty well up to date on the cases, have very few disposed of here and very few left. And then we've got judges who are doing family court and not even on this list, and so on. And again, as we've suggested before, you get a judge who's got a 3-week trial, you're not going to see much movement in his or her disposal of pre-COVID cases. So we have to be careful about drawing any conclusions. And so we've wrestled with, just presenting the data and let folks look and raise the questions if they want to raise the questions without implying any causes and that sort of thing. So anyway, it's complicated, and the folks are working hard, and Alton's team is to be terribly commended for all of the hard work in this very complex, the moving parts when we sit and talk for 30 minutes about the new Zoom rooms. The complications and implications of that are quite profound, and it takes an awful lot of work to get that thing done, funded, built. And so, again, this team's to be commended for this hard work. It's important stuff here, really important for us to deal with the inmates who need to have their cases disposed of so they can either go to state prison or be released, because we have to remember that some of the folks in the jail are innocent. They're all presumed innocent, but some of them are probably actually innocent, and they need to have their cases disposed of so their lives can go on.
You sound like a criminal defense attorney. Everybody.
I sound like a criminal defense attorney? I don't mean to.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you both for those questions and comments. I'm going to shift a little bit to the hiring on page 33 of our public safety officials that obviously are lagging behind the other categories. And I mean, I think we are all very well aware of the challenges of hiring in those particular functions. But I am curious, Mr. Herman, I don't know if there's anybody here from the sheriff or the marshal's office. You know, what's the typical time it's taking? I don't think people understand just how long it can take to find these individuals and what their qualifications might need to be, or they might need training and those sorts of things. So if someone could, because I do think this is going to get a lot of attention, this piece.
Yes, Commissioner, good morning. As you can imagine, you know, to find the right law enforcement fit does take some time. Beyond the recruitment activities that the HR department provides for the sheriff department, then it goes through a slew of a background check process that could take upwards of 60 days on itself just to complete the entire background check process. And then the extensive training that goes into making a best-in-class detention officer or sheriff deputy. So those things combined, you know, could take up to about 6 to 7 months to get a great deputy through the pipeline and into full operation within the sheriff's office. I know the sheriff has been working with us to get a more throughput into the pipeline, so we've been sending names as they're qualified. He is trying to expedite his background check process to be more efficient as well, to shorten those times, but it is a very grueling process just to make sure we're not putting the wrong element within our facilities.
So based on your answer, could we expect in the next report or two to see a jump in the folks in those categories, or what's the realistic expectation here?
It's hope that we can find the right individuals to provide more options for the sheriff. I would not want to suggest that you'll see a spike because of the hiring criteria that the sheriff and his team has put in place, but we could definitely work with them, Commissioner, to do our best to see a lot more throughput as relates to candidates coming through for the position.
Well, I think we're all aware we're getting into the summer season, which, you know, can cause an increase in activity. So I do think it would be helpful too in the reports to give us the target number of employees in each category as we're looking at this data.
Okay.
So we really have a clear idea of what's outstanding. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manager?
That completes our report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 5, 22-0284, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the April 2022 Budget Soundings.
All right, it's a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions? Any explanation needed? If not, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0285, Human Resources Management, requests approval to modify the classification and compensation plan.
All right, motion here to approve by Commissioner Hall. Do I hear a second, or is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Any questions or comments? If not, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Why is mine not showing up?
Okay, 7 with Chairman Pitts.
Yes.
Unanimously. 22-0286, Registration and Elections, request approval of a statewide contract to provide ballot paper and equipment for the 2022 general primary, special elections, and general primary runoff.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, if you could just sort of articulate what the item does, and provide a little bit of color on, kind of the amount. I know this is through a statewide contract, so I don't think there are a whole lot of options with what we're doing here, but just speak to the amounts and, why this is relatively expensive paper. I guess it probably has to be preserved into eternity, it seems like, and be able to run through several machines multiple times. And also to the timing and sort of cadence in terms of which items are brought before us. And, if there's a way in which we can, obviously, this is a resource that we have to have, but if there's a way we can kind of, in future cycles, get this stuff addressed, sooner. So, thanks.
I'll start us off. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Felicia Strong-Whitaker, Chief Purchasing Agent. As everyone knows, the state of Georgia entered into a contract with Dominion Voting Systems back in 2019 to replace all of the voting equipment within the state of Georgia. They provided the county with a certain amount of equipment, and the county bought additional equipment. With this equipment comes accoutrements that we have to have: paper, additional equipment, services. All of this is through this statewide contract with Dominion Voting Systems. What we're requesting is for the voting paper. The vendors have to have a letter of qualification from Dominion Voting that they can provide this security paper. This is a special kind of paper. It's not regular office paper that you can buy from Office Depot. It is a security paper. They have to show us that they have the letter of qualification in order for us to purchase the paper from them. On the ATIs, I'm going to let Ms. Williams talk about what the purpose of is for the ATI kits and the server. But as it relates to the items attached, those were quotes and not invoices, where we have to get quotes for a certain amount for what we are needing. The issue is that everything is put in Legistar at the same time, but as you know, everything going through Legistar has to go through 10, 15 different people. So if someone doesn't approve it, it doesn't move through workflow in a timely manner so that we can get them all on the agenda at the same time. So we're going to work a little bit better with registration and elections and the whole team so we can get all of the registration and elections items on one time with all of the needs that they have. So we are working towards that. The county manager did ask us to try to work towards that. So that is something that we're going to try to get done for the next cycle.
Just before you pass on, just to sort of clarify on that, this is not something that we've already, received and whatever, and now we're just, whatever, this is the actual, in response to the quote, so.
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm hearing you right too, some of the timing aspects of this may not have anything to do with the actions necessarily per se of, and I don't want to get into, way down in the weeds on each and every one of these items, but if I'm hearing you correctly, the reason why this may be coming for us at this point in time may not have anything to do with actions or inactions of registrations of elections, but what happens after they have submitted something into the process for purchasing.
Correct.
Okay, and we're working to seek to get that rectified, so we're not dealing with this kind of timing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You were going to pass it on for some comments relative to
Yes,
that.
I wasn't sure about the ATI kits, Nadine, and the server.
Good morning, Board and Chairman. Yes, Mrs. Strong-Whitaker's statement is accurate. The paper is required. We have to buy it from the Dominion vendor. It is security paper that's required by the SOS. There is not another vendor that we can possibly order this paper from. So we have no control over any shipping fees or anything of that nature. In regards to the ATI kits, those are the handicap accessible kits that we attach to our 2-unit carriers. And we just needed additional kits to put in our inventory to make sure that all the 2-unit carriers have those required ATI kits. They are required by election code. In regards to the server, that is a backup server that we were requesting. In case we have to work out of 2 warehouses, we want to make sure we have a backup server if there's any problems with our system.
So, I mean, I guess just, again, for the public to realize that this is an expenditure that we didn't have in previous, prior to last election cycle, right? But as a result of the Dominion machines and all that sort of stuff, and the move to paper ballots, this is something that we're going to have to deal with throughout every election cycle. And we're sort of mandated around, who we can purchase it from based upon the requirements that are set forth by the state.
Yes, we will have to order paper for every election.
Yep, all right.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the server is just something we determined we needed as a backup. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are just merely using that to expedite the LNA process.
All right, and one of our public commenters today brought up flash drives. Is that part of this or not? I don't see it.
I don't see that on here. I know they also brought up the shipping fees, which we have no control over. So no, but that's not on here.
All right, I was just wondering where that came from. It did remind me, though, to ask a question about our inventory control that was identified as somewhat problematic in the first cycle of using all this equipment. So can you just tell us what's in place to make sure we keep up with everything?
We currently have a new system that tracks all of our devices. We have a brand new WDS inventory system that we're going to be implementing for the May election. So they'll put all those controls in place.
All right, and as far as the supplies we now have to produce these paper ballots, I would assume that would be ink as well. Is that a special?
It is not a special ink, but it is a supply item that we have bought through a statewide contractor. But every BMD, which is a ballot marking device, has to have paper. It has to have ink. So that's why the election costs have gone up throughout the years, because the previous machines did not need all this extra expenses.
Well, as we get in a routine going forward, I just echo the comments that I think it would be great if we could have a lump item, that dealt with everything that you're going to need for a cycle. So I hope y'all are getting to that point. I had one other question, too. I may think of it, and I may come back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you. I just would like to know the paper and what you're having to do that is increasing the cost, because I noticed one of our individuals did say that you could buy the paper on Amazon or something of that nature. And so could you explain why we have to have this, and if any of the things that's involved in this is to be compliant with SB 202?
Yes, we have to have this Dominion paper because it is from the manufacturer. It is required by the SOS to order Dominion paper, security paper, that is also an SB 202. Prior to that, we talked about the emergency provisional paper. Those are also required by SB 202. We have to have 10% of our registered voter count to order the ballot paper. I believe that came up before. People compared us to Forsyth County, but they have roughly 20,000 voters, 200,000 voters, I'm sorry. We have roughly 800,000, so we're gonna be 4 times the cost of a smaller county. But we're required by SB 202 to order provisional paper. We're required to order security paper.
So let me get this right. SB 202 came into place from the Republicans at the state, and the cost was increased by us and carried on to the Fulton County taxpayer. So therefore, you must have this to be compliant with SB 202.
I just can say that we must have to have this, all this, we have to have the paper, we have to have.
Well, let me rephrase that. If you do not have this paper, you will not be compliant with SB 202.
Yes, we will be in violation of election code.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I remembered my question. Seems like there was also provision in the state budget to help offset some of these costs. Is that still in force, or was that just the first year?
I cannot comment to that. I don't know, I'm not aware of any funds being received by the state. So no, I would have to research that to get back to you.
Yeah, I think we should look into that, if that was a one-time or if that's a recurring type of assistance. Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 5, 22-0287, Information Technology. Request approval of statewide contract to upgrade the county's server infrastructure for improved system performance.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is there any minority and women participation in this particular contract?
Commissioner, we're using a statewide contract.
Okay,
We did not do the procurement for this.
okay, all right, thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 22-0288, Information Technology, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide added resiliency to the county's E911 system.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0289, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize a cooperative purchasing contract to provide 3 X-ray scanning systems.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Can you just, for the sake of our listening audience, explain what do these scanning systems do and exactly where were they being used or placed?
Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Davis, Director of Real Estate and Asset Management. These X-ray machines are identical to those that you find at all our nation's airports. They're used for security scanning of packages, purses, things of that nature, so that security personnel are able to see the contents and provide a safe environment to the occupants of the facility. These are going to be placed in both the Justice Center and the Government Center to replace existing aging equipment. The current systems are well beyond their life cycle, and with complex X-ray technology, they become much more expensive to maintain and continue to operate over time, as well as they become dangerous.
Thank you. My final question is, do we have any minority or women-owned business participation in this particular contract?
No, Commissioner, this is for goods.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0290, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority, provide home-delivered meals and congregate meal for Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any question, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, I'm just curious, are we able to track if there was an increase this year versus last year in comparison to the amount of meals we delivered? And do we have any type of feedback from the seniors as to, as to the program or to the meals? Do we have any type of feedback that we can reference to in this contract? I see that the rating is good, so I'm not questioning that, but I'm just wondering, do we have anything in place directly from the seniors?
Good morning, Ladisa Onilagu, Director for the Department of Senior Services. Our department surveys seniors so we can provide you information on that customer feedback. We can also provide you information on the increase in meals. To answer your question, yes, there has been a substantial increase because of the number of grants that we received to provide meals during COVID. So our department can provide that to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0291, Select Fulton, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide comprehensive one-stop operator services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Houseman.
Mr. Chair, I didn't necessarily have a question per se on this item, but just sort of as a point of order, and I think it makes sense there were two items on the consent agenda, 0275 and 0276, that related in the same vendors on 0291, and seemed to be a very similar description of different services. I'd seem to be that we should reconsider the agenda and take all of these three items during this point in time, while we got our folks in Select Fulton here, and given it's the same vendor. Page 3 of 8 on the consent agenda, 220275 and 220276, the bottom.
0275 and 0276.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, you want to reconsider the agenda to take those two?
Whatever means necessary to bring them forth at the same time, that's fine, yes. If that's a motion to reconsider, then consider that so moved.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the motion to reconsider the agenda to bring those two items to be heard with 0291. Let's vote, please, on the motion to reconsider.
And the vote is open on the motion to reconsider. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioners, and we will present on all three items during our presentation. I'm Samir Abdullahi. I'm the Deputy Director for Select Fulton. We're the Economic and Workforce Development arm here for Fulton County Government. Today, we're going to give an update on our workforce development contracts. Brett Lacey, who's our Workforce Division Manager, is going to give a bulk of the presentation, but just wanted to highlight some important facts up front. In 2018, workforce development fell under the management of Select Fulton, really due to years of returning funds to the state and numerous state findings. In response, we have evolved into a service provider model to focus more on strategy and partnership and not the burdensome case management, and more importantly, to better align workforce development with our economic development functions and opportunities. And I'm pleased to say that almost after 5 years, and due to the commitment of the team to the new model, our revamped local workforce development board, the support of the chairman and many members of this board, and to our provider, and of course, Brett Lacey, who's really just taken a great leadership stance for this organization. We've transformed workforce development and not only to a state, but I think a national leader. I think most notably, WorkSource Atlanta, which has had its own struggles with managing the grant, has recently mirrored our operations in both a provider-centric model and alignment with economic development under Invest Atlanta, just like Select Fulton. So again, today we're presenting our major contracts for career and one-stop services. Brett's gonna highlight our team structure, how we operate in concert with that vendor, and how we plan to successfully carry forward the work we've done so far forward with these new contracts. Brett, if you want. And if the clerk can pull up the slides here.
Again, Brett Lacey, Workforce Division Manager for Select Fulton. So I think Samir did a great job of really illustrating where we've come, and so here today, we're really ready for the next cycle of this. We've gone through one contract period, and now those contracts are back up. We have one for adult and dislocated worker services, one for youth services, and then there's a one-stop operator contract. So again, if we have that, we'll show you through the presentation, we sort of outlined how the funds that we receive, the grant funds from the U.S. Department of Labor, are really allocated to workforce in the county. We basically have it for 2 years. Our team takes it in the first year, and that funds our county team of about 11 employees. And then we take the bulk of that we don't spend in the first year, and that gets rolled over into these contracts to spend out before they expire. And to Samir's point, since we have been in this model, we have not returned funds to the state. They've been put to good use of helping job seekers get back into the workforce and help employers attract and retain that talent. So we are proud to say that through the last 2 years, and we've talked a lot at this meeting about the struggle of retaining our workforce. At the Workforce Division, we have not lost any employees over the last 2 years. We are still as strong as we were going into the pandemic. In fact, we've just brought on an additional team member of our business services manager to help us engage with the private sector and try to land these employment opportunities for the job seekers that are coming into our system. Do we have that presentation up, clerk? Okay, they are up. Okay. Yeah, so again, it should be in the packet that we provided you all, the presentation. So our team there is focused on really the strategy and partnerships that we build throughout the county. So with our community-based organizations, other partners around the region, the other workforce boards, to make sure that we're in alignment and creating a workforce system that really helps all Fulton County residents, particularly those that are below the poverty line, to help give them that economic mobility ladder into a self-sufficient job. That also allows us to go and find other funding sources so that we can put the dollars that the federal government gives to Fulton to the highest and best use and to serve as many residents as we can with those funding. What these contracts do is allows this contract provider to handle the bulk of that day-to-day operations of the case management of these grant funds. There we go. And we're on, we can go to slide 2 so that the board can see where I'm at. Equus Workforce Solutions is the vendor that we have had and what this new contract would be for. So the adult dislocated worker and youth services would be a bulk of that day-to-day operations as a job seeker comes into our career centers, whether they are looking for a job and just need help with maybe their resume or interview skills, or whether they actually need the technical skills to be able to compete for these jobs. We are ensuring that they are getting those through this contracted provider. So they do all of the case management, they put the documentation in the case file so that we can verify that these are eligible uses of these federal dollars, and then help with the sort of the follow-up of getting them then into the actual job position and following up to make sure that they don't need anything else so that they can retain that job for 6 months, 12 months on as they've exited our program. The other contract that you have is for what's called a one-stop operator. This is a federally required contract that we have to go and procure for basically an individual or a company to manage what is called the one-stop, and that's our Career Center. So not only do we have our services there, but the Georgia Department of Labor is there, Georgia Voc Rehab is there, the Technical College System is there. There's a number of mandated partners that we have to have there, and that one-stop operator essentially ensures that all of these partners are there, they're providing the services that are outlined in the law, and they help refer customers that come in to be sure that we can co-enroll them in any of those services that are needed. You can go to the next slide. So we've given you a breakdown of our funding of sort of how it goes out, and as I stated, we really take the funding when it comes in that first year, and that's our Fulton County operations. Right now, it's about $850,000. That's for our team and our operations. The bulk of it goes into these two contracts. One would be for the adult investigated worker and the youth contracts that totals approximately $2 million, and the other is for that one-stop operator contract, which is $125,000, and both of those would be for 1 year, those year dollar amounts. We would note that the federal law restricts us to 10% of our expenses as admin funds, so 90% of every dollar that goes out are actual program dollars. Important to note that there's only 10% that is going to our admin functions. And then if you can go to the last slide. We've noted for you on this next slide a number of the successes that we've had with this particular contractor. I would start that very recently the U.S. Department of Labor selected Fulton to do sort of a quick check on our readiness for economic recovery and job recovery. We were evaluated as being ready on 24 out of 24 metrics, so we aced every single one of those that they looked at for us. A lot of that is due to this vendor being able to bring in some national best practices, as well as some of the things that the county has done to be sure that we're serving the public during COVID. We have also greatly improved our efficiency in serving job seekers. When this contract went into place, job seekers were spending on average 112 weeks in our program. We have dropped that down to just 79 weeks right now. The state average is at about 92 weeks. So you can see that job seekers that come to us are getting back into the workforce much quicker now than they were 4 years ago when we moved to this model. The vendor has also given us greater flexibility. That mobile unit, I know it's a passion for a number of our commissioners. That mobile unit is operated by this contractor, and it has been out. We've had great success in partnerships with groups like MARTA at being at the College Park MARTA station at least once a month to engage job seekers there. And it's been a huge tool while the Career Center has been closed or individuals may not feel comfortable coming into our service center. We're able to go to them, conduct business out in open, fresh air, and get the services that they need while staying COVID safe. And then finally, maybe most important, is the actual outcomes. During this contract period, not only have we had an increase in the number of Fulton residents that we have served, we have had an increase in the number that have had employment outcomes, and the percent of those that are finishing our program and having successful outcomes has also gone up. So in volume and percentage, we've seen increases over the life of this contract. So I'll stop there and answer any questions that the board may have, but we'd be going with this vendor for all three contracts.
All right, excuse me, Vice Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
First of all, I want to commend you on the ratings that you just described. You've come a long way, a long way in restructuring this, and I think that the results speak for themselves, so I really want to commend you on that. You mentioned some things geared towards youth. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, we're entering the summer season. Can you just, it may not be in your wheelhouse, but if you do know, I'm curious, what efforts are the county making right now to focus on youth while they're out of school this summer?
Right, it's a great question, Commissioner. So we are serving youth year-round. Our focus is primarily going to be on out-of-school youth, as designated by our funding. But we're proud to say that we were the only youth program in the county in the summer of 2020 when COVID shut everything down. We switched to a virtual model and allowed about 40 youth in the summer of 2020, 40 in the summer of 2021 to engage with employers and get some quote-unquote on-site job experience through a virtual model, and we paid them a stipend for completing that work. It was about 50 to 60 hours of work over the summer that they were paid for. But we not only did that in the summer, we did it in the fall, and we did it in the spring, and we're still doing it. We're getting ready to add a new cohort that will start at the end of May to do a summer virtual work experience with us using that same model. And then we also now, as employers are reopening, are able to now put some youth as well physically at a location with an employer and do that work experience. So again, our focus with youth is primarily going to be on getting that high school diploma or an equivalent degree, but we are required to do some sort of a work experience for those youth, and we've been doing that the whole time. Before, new way of doing business, old way of doing business, we've been doing that and continue to find those opportunities for youth.
Well, very good. I would also like to ask that we get updated on what's specifically out there that we're going to focus on for the students this summer or the youth this summer. It may not be included in what you just gave us, but surely y'all are looking to bring us something to help with that effort, as we've done, I think, every summer that I've been here. So thank you.
When you say youth in high school, are you talking about youth around the age of 18 or 16?
So we would serve out-of-school youth from 16 to 24. 16 would be the compulsory age. We are able to serve youth as young as 14.
Okay. First of all, I want to say I do think you are doing a good job at the South Fulton Annex. I'm at that office quite a bit, and I have an opportunity to speak to people that go in there, constituents. My only question at this point is really not a concern. I know, Samir, I brought it up to you before. So many women were displaced as a result of the COVID, the pandemic. So what exactly are some of the things that you all are doing, whether it be, bus passes or whatever? What are we doing to help everyone? But I just see so many women that are either trying to change careers or have been displaced. And so for me, I take it very personal because I know what it is to be a single-headed household, trying to get to work, trying to cover bus fare, trying to cover motor fare. So can you just kind of expound on some of the things that you all incorporate?
Sure. So it's very relevant to some of the work that we're doing right now, and some of the work we've been able to focus on by using this model is really looking at how our programs and our services are offered to the public and how they can get access to them. What paperwork is required, in other words, what hoops you have to jump through to unlock them. And we've really noticed that a lot of our processes delay getting that help and really make it intimidating for some of our participants to unlock things that they should have access to. So we've been taking a look at transportation and childcare in particular, as those really have become barriers and hindrances on, in particular, women who have taken over, household responsibilities of childcare. And what we need and what we do to engage with our job seekers that may need those support to get back into the workforce, and how we go through that process of offering them. So we've changed our transportation policy to switch from just offering MARTA cards to learning how to best offer a stipend that can be used whether for Uber, to pay a family member for gas, to help offset the cost of your own transportation. And we're now doing that with childcare as well, to look at how we can support working families to be sure that they have the childcare taken care of, as it is a support that we can offer if a job seeker is in training in our programs. While they're going to training, we can help support childcare so that they can be successful and enter that career field. Yeah.
Thank you for recognizing those barriers, but more importantly, thank you for thinking outside of the box, because childcare is a barrier, and it is a issue, especially in this day and time, that prevents some people from taking a job. And also the fact that people can Uber, they can give someone gas to get back and forth from work. It's just not the motor car. So I thank you for thinking outside of the box. I appreciate it.
All right. Any other questions? Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we vote on all three items together.
Any objections or no objections?
That would be adding item 0275 and 0276 to this item.
All right, no objections. We'll take all three together. You ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right. The motion is to approve by Vice Chair, strike that, Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. We're voting on all three. Cast your vote, please. Oh, we're not ready yet. We ready?
Do it on one. It's up there. We're just doing the one for all three.
All right, is it faster to take them individually?
Okay, and the vote is open.
All right, thank you.
And the motion passes unanimously. Bottom of page 6, Justice and Safety, 22-0292, Sheriff. Request approval to extend an existing contract to provide inmate food services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
I have a little concern about this. I see the rating is below good on the performance report, a rating of 2 out of 5. I'm concerned because, in my opinion, that would not speak well of the contractor. So I'm concerned as to why we should be spending more money with them. But in fairness, what are the determining factors that we use to develop the performance rating for this contract?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
I was asking, what are the determining factors we use to develop a performance rating for this contract? Because I see on here that the rating is below good on the performance report.
Yes, Commissioner, and good afternoon. I'm Amelia Joyner, Sheriff Labatt's Chief of Staff and General Counsel. The performance rating criteria is listed in the back of the packet on the contractor's performance report, and specifically the quality of goods and services are listed there, the timeliness of performance, business relations, customer satisfactions, and contractors' key personnel, their credentials and such. So those are the numerous categories that are considered for ranking.
So are you able to speak as to why they're below good?
Yes, I am, Commissioner. We have, the sheriff has some concerns about the vendor's performance, and as a result, he has initiated a corrective action plan with the vendor, and we have been meeting with them routinely over the past several months, improving their performance. As recently as this past Thursday, we met with them, attempting to satisfy some of their performance.
One of the things, and I'm trying to really be fair about this, but I also have a concern. One of the issues in the past has been roaches in these meals. Yes, according to the county record. And so I need to know if because I'm assuming, I support Sheriff Labatt, and I'm assuming that he knows that, but I'm concerned if that has been an issue, is that part of the corrective plan? I'm just a little concerned that we are continuing business with that, but it may have been something that has, in all fairness, that has been corrected. I just don't know.
Well, Commissioner, I am not aware of any such recent complaint relating to that type of failure on the
Okay.
part of the vendor. To the
Okay.
extent it would come to any of our attention, the sheriff would immediately address that and make sure that it was corrected. But with respect to this specific contract, the sheriff has already begun the RFP process so that this can go out to solicit bids.
Okay.
So we are looking to, because as you know, the sheriff and the county are required to make sure that the inmates are fed. And so we need to make sure that that happens in the interim while we're going through the solicitation process.
Well, like I said, I support Sheriff Labatt, so that is a concern of mine, and I know that if you haven't heard of it, maybe it's something he may have already addressed or is in the process of addressing. But if you would just kind of update me at a later time, I really would appreciate
I
it.
certainly will, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
Thank you. I see a letter in the materials from the sheriff to our purchasing director, Ms. Strong-Whitaker, indicating that we've put in place plans to correct the deficiencies, and we believe that by instituting these actions, performance will continue to improve. So, and he's suggesting that he's willing to extend the current agreement. You know, he's on top of almost everything over there, and I know he's been on top of this. So if he's okay with that, I'm okay with that, despite the deficiencies in the grading. I got in the queue really to ask about, we extended this through April 30th, I think, last year, with the idea that it was going to be an RFP, and now we need to extend it again. What is the timing now of getting this out?
The Sheriff's Department is still working on their specifications. They want to change everything under the new sheriff. He wants to put some more things in place, and so they're still developing the specifications. So as soon as we get them, we can let the board know what the schedule will be, but we have not received those specifications yet because they are still working on them.
Okay. So in December, we'd planned to have it out, obviously, by now. We extended it for 4 or 5 months, whatever it was. Now we're extending it through the end of this calendar year. And presumably, we'll have something out by then.
Hopefully soon.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, any other comments? All right, motion is to approve, made by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7.
Okay. All right, hold on, see, 12:18. Couple have said you're hungry. You want to recess now or continue? Continue? Recess? All right, I entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, items of real estate, personnel, and litigation. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You ready, Madam Clerk?
Recording in progress.
What?
Executive session?
Where is she?
Okay.
Who?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
since you've gavelled us back in and we're waiting on the attorney to arrive, I just wonder if we could reconsider our agenda to take up the library item that was off the consent agenda so we could
What page and what
give
number?
Ms. Holloman a reprieve. She's been up there all morning.
It's on page 3,
Item number?
22-0274.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to
Reconsider.
reconsider the approved agenda as amended in order to take up item 22-0274. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
Vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon.
And on page
No,
3,
not yet. Hold it. All right.
on page 3, 22-0274, request approval for the usage of Beltline TAD funds to fund the purchase of a collection of self-ready books to be distributed throughout all 34 libraries.
All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gail Holloman, Library Director. I'm here to answer any questions you may have with regard to the item.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, I pulled this item off just to get some information, and, you know, it is a large expenditure to be on a consent agenda, so I felt it was worthy of making sure the public understands what we're doing with adding to the collection of books in all of our libraries throughout the county. But it does, you know, we have historically increased every year a little bit how much we're funding, and now that all of our libraries are open and beautiful and well-attended and well used, I just want to get an update on where we are with our collection and our content, what it looks like with our wait lists, and just if we are adequately funding the services that are very popular with our community.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. The situation, as you probably remember, is that we had Phase 1 and Phase 2 of our building program. And of course, in Phase 1, what happened is we built new libraries, and of course, we renovated Auburn Avenue. But we had 9 new builds, and of course, they needed collections because they had not existed before. Then in Phase 2, we renovated the rest of them. Well, they had old collections. They didn't get, there was no funding for new collections. So we weeded very heavily those libraries, and that left us, and also we reduced the height of our shelving. So that left us with a collection that has aged. And so at this point now, we are trying to go back now and look at those libraries, starting even with the Central Library, as to what books and materials we need to bring in. This is also being driven by the fact that our public is now asking for more and more of the ability to be able to come in and walk out with a book. When we went to curbside service, they moved with us. They were wonderful. The public really worked with us on all of that. And you were very wonderful with regard to funding for our virtual programming. However, now we're at the point where those collections need to be energized. And so that's what we're trying to do. That $1 million will allow us to put books in all 32 of our libraries, because 33 of our libraries, because Auburn is different. They don't circulate the materials. But to put in the circulating libraries new collections so that when you walk in, you will be able to go out with materials. Now, we realize that, you know, that won't happen every single day, that somebody will find what they want, but it'll be a lot easier than it is now because of the age, as I've said, of those collections. We do have a situation with our holds. If you come in now and you don't find something, or you go online and you don't find something, you use the holds process. Well, that has its limits as well, because we've got, just as an example, 20 items right now that are available with Patterson and Parton's new book that's out now, James Patterson and Dolly Parton. But the problem is there are 192 holds on them. And so that becomes problematic for us. The average cost of a fiction, a novel or fiction is $25. When you go on the ebooks, the average cost is $60. And then the publishing rights rules are that we have to keep the book either 24 checkouts for an ebook or 24 months. So you've got these publishing rules and all these things that we're dealing with all the time, and it causes us to have to look very closely at how we're budgeting for those items. And so we're trying really to meet the demand that we have to get these bestsellers particularly out to the public and to increase what we have as far as our offerings for the other books as far as nonfiction and the other categories go. So that's what the funding request is about.
So you mentioned the holds. What's the typical wait on a bestseller?
The typical wait on a bestseller is, you get it in about 15 days, but it depends upon who the writer is. Just as I said, James Patterson and Dolly Parton have this book out right now. We've only got 20 copies and 192 holds on it.
Is that in line with the industry standard?
The industry standard is a lot higher because the funding in a lot of our other libraries within the nation is a lot greater.
So we're behind or ahead? I'm not following.
We're behind.
Well, that's what troubles me. Okay, we're a large urban, suburban district. We should be on par. And so, you know, this is a great step in my opinion, but I would like for us to work towards being more on par with our national peers. And so that's what I would like in the next budget cycle to see from you, is what it would take to actually get us on par. We've got these beautiful facilities now that people love, and we need to make sure they're utilized as much as possible.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
So good to see you. I just wanted to basically ask you, recently I received a survey not too long ago for the library system. Are you aware of that survey that you all sent out? It was a little while ago.
That we sent out?
Well, I don't know if you all sent it out or you all empowered the agency to do an actual survey. I think it may have been towards the end of last year, but at any rate, I wanted to commend you on it because some of the questions on the survey was what did we consider to be some of the best practices or things that we liked about the library, and it also talked about some of the things that if we wanted to say what we didn't like or what we felt that we needed. And so I just wanted to commend you in an open forum that I thought it was very good because they gave me an opportunity at the end of the survey to talk about the libraries and what I thought were the good things during, the pandemic at the height of it, what you all did, and what was some of the suggestions. Some of the suggestions I actually solicited from some of my constituents as far as reading material. I think we've got great reading material. However, I do believe that we have some Georgia-born authors. We saw one today that I really would like to see a little bit more presence of the Georgia-born authors. Not saying it's a bad thing. I think you all are doing a great job. But I just wanted to put out there that I would love to see more of the Georgia-born authors in our libraries.
Thank you. And I think you were referring earlier to the survey. We do at least 2 surveys a year where the patrons can come into the library and actually complete them while they're sitting there. So that may be what you're speaking of. And as far as Georgia authors or even authors who are self-published, we do have a collection development policy that allows us to accept at least 1 copy of what they've published. And then as we need future ones, we can go forward to obtain those. They just have to be with our current vendor, who at this time is Baker & Taylor. And then we can move forward with telling them how to go into that process.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, just one more comment. I'm sure that this summer is going to be very busy at our libraries with summer programming. They'll be back.
Yes.
I just would like to ask that you let the commissioners know what's happening so that we can share it with our constituents that may not be aware of all the great things happening in our libraries.
For sure, we will. Summer reading starts June 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, items from executive session, Madam County Attorney.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the request for approval of settlement in the, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I broke my glasses today. Is there a motion to approve the settlement offer in the case of Kevin Burney et al. Versus Fulton County, civil action file number 119 CV 01770 in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia
Okay.
in the
All right.
amount of $300,000?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis, you want to be heard? No. I'm sorry. Let's vote, please.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam County Attorney.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement recommendation set forth in item number 2 in the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
And that is the final item. Thank you, Chairman.
Motion
All right.
passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Back on page 7, 22-0208, Development Authority of Fulton County, Commissioner Abdul Rahman nominated Rodney Littles to replace Joanne Potts for a district appointment to an unexpired term ending May 31st, 2025.
All right, what's your pleasure? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, I'll second for discussion. Commissioner Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I pulled this off the consent agenda at the previous meeting and had another appointment I had to leave for before we just came up late in the day. I want to express, I believe that the prior appointment by the district appointment was on the consent agenda of Ms. Potts. I think as we all know, we've all sort of been made aware through our own findings and through plenty of writings in the press. Fulton County Development Authority has had some challenging issues in terms of its governance and its actions and behavior, specifically of its board members. They go back quite a ways. And, you know, we dealt with a lot of that stuff with per diems and that kind of thing. And then Ms. Potts was appointed, I believe, after, you know, we had taken action, or a lot of actions have been taken on addressing governance matters. And after appointment, there was the Development Authority itself received some questions regarding behavior of Ms. Potts, and they sought out a third-party legal firm to conduct an independent investigation, and that report is public, and it's been written about, and also, as I understand it, there are pending ethics charges involving said individual as well. And they're pretty serious allegations in terms of the complaints and the findings within the report. I don't certainly cast any aspersions until anything's been resolved, but inducements to pay up to $5,000 for a bus tour, $10,000 in Bitcoin to Ms. Potts, inducement to pay $75,000 to another individual and $1,500, as well as an amount for roughly a $3,400 Louis Vuitton luxury handbag. So there's some pretty strong matters that are, you know, being investigated and are now before our ethics group. Within that individual report, and again, I'm not casting any aspersions against this individual, but within that individual report, Rodney Littles, who is this individual's before us for nomination, is mentioned in the report as being someone who was interviewed within the context of the investigation. I have no idea why he was interviewed or not, but out of the abundance of caution and given how we've been burned, collectively on this board by folks that have gone onto the Development Authority, I'm not prepared to support a person that's referenced in this report until this ethics complaint is fully vetted and they've made a determination on it. So that's my reason why I can't, support this particular nomination. Has nothing to do with the commissioner that nominated him, nothing to do with race, nothing to do with partisanship. It's solely for the reasons that I've just expressed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Now, if you ever want to see white privilege, this is it. Now, we know that the Development Authority and people had all kind of accusations about the misspending of money. People came down here with all kind of accusations about Mike Boddicker and other people. And as far as a pending ethics investigation, there's no pending ethics investigation. There's innuendo. But of course, Commissioner Khadija, Rodney Littles, who is an upstanding member of the community, happens to be African-American, happens to be Democrat, happens to be someone that may or may not support somebody here, then all of a sudden you want to cast aspersions. This is what's wrong with this county commission. Because guess what? Your hatred for Commissioner Khadija must not be stronger than your love for your constituents. So at the end of the day, whether you put Rodney Littles forth or not, an upstanding member of the city of South Fulton, a local Democratic chair and a state party member of the Democratic Party, what in the world does he have to do with Joanna Potts? I am thoroughly disgusted at the acts of this board when it comes to Commissioner Khadija. Enough is enough. So what I would say to my colleagues, you can vote Rodney Littles up or you can vote him down. What you can't do is disenfranchise 175,000 constituents and think Commissioner Khadija is going to be quiet about it. It is amazing to me that when we was having the discussions about the Development Authority and the amount of money that was spent that was out in the public, Commissioner Ellis at that time was extremely quiet on it. Didn't have anything to say about it. But now that I have put forth Rodney Littles, you want to take innuendo and tie it to him from Joanna Potts, from something that's not even being investigated. Shame on you. White privilege, racism at its best. Vote it up, vote it down, it doesn't matter, because elections have consequences.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order. I deem it highly offensive for me to be referred to as a racist by this commissioner. That is totally out of line and uncalled for. These are the facts, and I just stated them. There is a report that's put together by Anderson, Tate, and Carr. It's out in the public domain. That is not in dispute. On page 5 of that report, on page 4 of that report, Mr. Littles is mentioned as being a party that's interviewed in that investigation. That is not in dispute. I contacted the Ethics Commission to confirm whether or not there is a pending ethics charge against Ms. Potts. They confirmed to me that there was. These are not innuendo. This is not gossip.
This does not have anything to do with race, which I said going into this. These are based on facts. And that is why I'm not prepared to support this particular individual at this point in time. You want to turn it into something that it's not, you can continue to speak your nonsense and your lies. But I have stated clearly and specifically based on facts why I'm not supporting this particular nomination. And your comments trying to twist this into a race issue are totally unacceptable and out of line.
All right, commissioners, let me remind you, all of us, to refrain from personal contacts, comments. Now, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Like I said before, an act of racism, an act of white privilege is before us. Now, if it gets me in trouble, like John Lewis said, I welcome good trouble. Because what you're not going to do is tie Joanna Potts to Rodney Littles. What you're not going to do is say it's an ethical issue going on when the complaint was pulled back. They put a complaint in and they took it back. And Rodney Littles wasn't the only one interviewed, it was others that were interviewed. And so all of a sudden, we're taking the fact that someone was interviewed as a question to their character when we never did it when a white person was being brought forward. And we had people that stood at that podium and had issues with Mike Boddicker. Now, I don't have an issue with Mike Boddicker because I voted for him. But what I have an issue with is this board continues to do this and think that I should be quiet about it, and I'm not. So if you don't want to vote for Rodney Littles because you want to make sure that a white Republican commissioner has say-so in who my district representation is, but when it comes to your district representation, I'm supposed to be quiet. Now, I'm not going to be quiet because what you're doing is wrong. So as far as being offended, all of us are offended one way or another. But one thing about it, I'm not going to sit up here and let you, in a sly and slick way, tie Rodney Littles to what happened to Joanna Potts. It's not fair, it's inexcusable, and it is another example of what is wrong with this Board of Commissioners. There are no permanent enemies. There are no permanent friends. There are only permanent solutions. And until we get on the page with that and make Commissioner Khadija not be your issue every time I put something on the agenda, then we're not going to get past anything. Because I'm not going to let it go. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to continue to talk to the people in the actual community. And I promise you, elections have consequences, and all of us have to run one day or another.
All right, any other comments? Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
22-0294, request approval of a resolution to amend the limitations on seeking elected office personnel policy 211-22, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman and Hall.
Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you think you have seen this before, Commissioners, you have. We voted on this previously, bringing it back for your consideration to ensure that this policy is reinstated for the future. Just to remind you, Fulton County personnel policy long held that employees must separate themselves from their work when running for public office, similar to still existing personnel policies of numerous local governments. That policy was changed during 2016 as a part of a total overhaul of Fulton County's personnel code. Unfortunately, this specific policy change was not highlighted to the Board of Commissioners when it was under our consideration at that time, and I, for one, and I know many of you have said that you were unaware that it had been changed. At our previous meeting when we discussed this, I went through what other jurisdictions in our county and our state do along these lines. I'm not going to repeat the City of Atlanta, the Roswell section, the Alpharetta Charter, the State of Georgia, or the City of Sandy Springs policies, but I will add to that, because I've had time now to do some further research. The Union City Section Code of Ethics, Section 2-104, political activities of certain officers and employees. No appointed officer and no employee of the city shall continue in such employment upon qualifying as a candidate for the nomination or election to any public office. College Park, Section 6-11, effective qualifying of elective office on employment or appointment to a city board. The employment status of any city employee shall be declared voluntarily resigned upon such employee qualifying in any election for municipal elective office within the city. Any such person who is contracted with the city for employment shall be deemed to have submitted the applicable notice of termination to the city. Hapeville, Article 6, Code of Ethics, Section 2-6-7, political activity. No person employed by the city shall either publicly or otherwise hold himself or herself out as a candidate in any city election while employed with the city. East Point, Chapter 5, Ethics, Section 2-507, restrictions on certain political activities. No employee of the city shall continue in such employment upon election to any public office in this city or any other public office which is inconsistent, incompatible, or in conflict with the duties of the city employee. Such determination shall be made by the city council either immediately upon election or at any time such conflict may arise. So you've all been provided a copy of this resolution that is co-sponsored by Commissioner Hall and I. It is verbatim practically to the resolution that we passed unanimously on March 16th, and I ask for your favorable consideration today. This will take effect going forward.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by, is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
What's interesting about Vice Chair Houseman's comments is, had this been done the first time, we would have saved taxpayer money. We have spent taxpayer money on hiring lawyers to fend off a lawsuit because of the previous legislation, which I see that that was left out. This should have been the language the first time around. The county attorney, were you aware in the previous version that it would not pass the retroactive constitutional requirement before the board approved it? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware what the final outcome of the court's decision would be now.
Okay, you weren't aware that the retroactive constitution requirement would not be an issue when it went before the judge. You wasn't aware that that would have been an issue?
Commissioner, I think you're asking me to issue a legal opinion on a pending legal matter that the county is involved in, so I declined to respond to that in open session.
Okay, that's fine. That's not what I'm asking, but that's fine. At the end of the day, this is another example of what I said earlier. I'm going to vote for this. I have no problem with it. But what's amazing to me is this was not brought first, but it's correct. The one that was brought first was morally corrupt, it was disrespectful to the citizens of Fulton County, and it was abuse of power by this board. And it required outside legal representation for something that was wrong. And it wasted taxpayers' money. So you can't say on one end, you want to be frugal and protect taxpayers' money, and then you put something forward that ultimately failed because it was illegal. Each one of you voted for this, the original one. Now you want us to pretend like the original one was never in place. This should have happened first, and it didn't. It's happening now. I will support it, but I will not be silent about what the first one did, and it wasn't a minor tweak, and it caused taxpayers' money to be expounded on something that was illegal, and the judge, in the judge's order, the judges said it was unconscionable and goes against everything. So that's not a minor tweak. That was something that the original paper had with an intent to injure, my opinion. But now that you've done the right thing, after you've wasted Fulton County taxpayers' dollars, then I can support it, but I won't let it slide.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I said this when this originally came before us. What's unfortunate is that, unfortunately, we're the elected body of the county and sort of government of the county, and we wind up having to police ourselves. Generally speaking, we don't have to waste a whole lot of time on policing ourselves because we do a pretty good job of it. And what's unfortunate, we ever had to consider something like this in the first place. Because it's pretty much, as Commissioner Hausman had outlined, Vice Chair Hausman had outlined, this is pretty much a standard that other people operate under. So we didn't have to have rules around it. Unfortunately, we didn't, and some people thought that, despite on his face, probably a conflict, probably should resign, didn't do it, okay? So now we have to go about the process of wasting taxpayer resources, wasting attorney resources, wasting time to approve something. So here we are. We got to police ourselves. We got to come up with a new set of rules because people can't then generally operate under something which sounds like everybody's in favor of doing anyway. So here we are.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'd like to call the question.
All right, on the motion to call the question, let's vote, please. No. On the motion to call the question, there's no discussion on it, but there is, I suppose, on the part of the clerk, a parliamentary inquiry. Motion to call the question is not debatable. There is a motion to call the question.
I would advise it's safer to have a second.
Second?
Okay, so we need to, Commissioner Arrington made the motion.
All right, let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion to call the question passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, on the motion that's on the floor, let's vote. The motion is to approve.
It was Ellis and Hausman. And the vote is open to approve. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, next item.
Under Health and Human Services, 22-0295, presentation of Health and Human Services application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer for Health, Human Services, and Public Works. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce a new tool for outreach and engagement in Fulton County, the Fulton County Cares mobile application. This application is a complement to the great work that is already happening in senior services through our Star Line, which fields over 23,000 calls a year, and our customer service call center, which fields over 78,000 calls a year. Here in Georgia, over 5.4 million mobile connections are in our environment. And you might say to yourself, how is that possible when we only have 3.9 million citizens in Georgia? That's because many of us have 2 devices. So this application will allow us to scale our opportunities to connect to Fulton County residents at a time when many of them really need the services that are provided by Health, Human Services, and the Board of Health. So this collaboration between the 6 departments in the Health and Human Services portfolio, along with behavioral health, IT, and external affairs, will definitely provide an opportunity, not only here in Georgia and the U.S., but worldwide, to connect to the hundreds of services that we provide every day. I do want to thank our county manager, Dick Anderson, who is always pushing us to come together for creative and innovative solutions for service delivery. Today, you will hear more about the IT value of this application, as well as the external affairs strategy. And now I want to turn the conversation over to Glenn Melendez, who will discuss the IT value, followed by Jessica Corbett, who will review the external affairs strategy along with a demonstration. Glenn?
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Glenn Melendez, Chief Information Officer for the county. I'd like to first start by saying I am absolutely excited and thrilled to be part of this collaboration and bringing this application to the citizens of Fulton County. A couple of key notes, if you could turn to the next slide, please. A couple of key notes is the application will be available on your Apple device or your Android device. So regardless of which you choose, you'll have access to the application. It does expand on our digital footprint. We have used the platform before, and we continue to expand services on this platform for our citizens, providing a unique branded experience for Fulton County, especially with the Fulton Cares branding. The application has an in-depth analytics in the background, which allows us to see those services that are most in demand from our citizens and be able to place our resources where there is demand. So the analytics provide a good resource for the county and for our citizens to ensure that we're providing the services that they're looking for. And then finally, it promotes a citizen engagement with a modern mobile app. And that is really at the core of what the IT strategy is for the county, really is to promote citizen engagement in a digital way. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs, who will talk a little bit more about the features of the app.
Thank you so much, Glenn. And just to reiterate, this has truly been a collaboration. And before I go into my remarks, I'd really just like to quickly acknowledge 2 ladies at the back of the room who are the ones who really have led this project and made it happen. They've spent hundreds of hours uploading information and leading this project, so I want to thank them for their work. But really this builds on our mission of empowering people with information. If a person is in need of many of our services and they come to our website, they, although we believe we worked very hard to organize that information,
they still have to find the tools that, or the information that's relevant for them. So this is a new and additional way of delivering the right information to the right people at the right time through a really slick, well-performing application, calendars, information, locations. How many times have we gone to a facility and needed to get directions? So it links immediately to those directions. The chatbot tool that we introduced during COVID is also integrated into this tool. So we're very proud of it. We're excited for citizens to download it. For those of you who may have not found it, if you've been looking in the Google Play Store, if you go to fultoncountyga.gov/Fulton Cares, we'll have the links right there and you can easily get to the app. At this point, we can go ahead and go into our video demonstration and you'll get to see a little bit more of it for yourself. I'm going to ask if the guys in the back can turn the audio. There is some audio that goes along with this that we're not able to hear. While they're working on the audio, just want to mention again that one of the benefits, as you saw, there are many different departments who are there. So in addition to reaching constituents directly, we are working with our school partners, our nonprofit partners, discharge planners, social workers, and organizations that not only serve people, but also are seeking to connect them with key services. So again, we are glad to take any questions, and I'll turn it over again to Dr. Rochelle and to Glenn.
I'll just jump in for a second here. And Dr. Rochelle, I just want to also say, while they're working on the audio to the app, is that the collaboration on this team is fantastic, right? This was a cross-collaborative effort between information technology, Health and Human Services, as well as external affairs.
Welcome to Fulton County's Health and Human Services app, Fulton Cares. The app helps residents find services based on needs, location, and criteria. App users will see services and information from Fulton County Health and Human Services departments, including arts and culture, behavioral health and developmental disabilities, community development, the Board of Health, the library system, senior services, and the Office of HIV Elimination. This is our latest tool connecting residents with services offered through Fulton County and our partners. They can also access a chatbot feature to ask questions and get real-time answers. View our calendar to see upcoming and reoccurring events. And get the latest in COVID-19 guidelines and services, testing, and vaccinations. By clicking on a location, users can connect with their phone's mapping tool for easy directions. Finally, app users will see Connect Fulton, which connects them with services provided by our partners at Fulton County Schools. Download today for the latest services. We look forward to servicing you.
That concludes our presentation. We're here for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
You know, I don't have any questions at all. I'm just really pleased to see this finally come to fruition, and it is awesome. You know, I've talked to many of you over the years about how can we connect to our constituency, to our residents, and using technology. and just charged you to do what you do best, which is find solutions. And you just hit this ball right out of the ballpark. Dick, you know, we've had discussions about this even back when Anna was here, and Bridget Bailey has been part of this discussion because of her being a part of customer service, and Jessica, Glenn, your IT department, Dr. Rochelle, and many others, and you really did an awesome job. This is great, and I just want to commend you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. Continue, Madam Clerk. 303, continue.
22-0296, Strategy and Performance Management, Presentation, Justice and Safety Priority Area Report for fiscal year 2022.
Okay. Mike Rowicki, Strategy and Performance Management Office. I am actually very happy to be back here today in front of the Board of County Commissioners to start representing our priority reports for our strategic plan. This is just a reminder that back last year, you guys did adopt our strategic plan for 2021 through 2025 with 6 priority areas. And throughout this year, we will be bringing back each of those priority areas to you, working with each of the priority area liaisons to develop these reports, and hopefully those reports will show you the performance and some of the highlights of projects that we are doing in the next year. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Alton Adams, who's going to present the Justice and Safety Report.
Thank you, Mike. And perhaps before I get started, I'd like to ask if our liaisons from the Board of Commissioners, either Commissioner Abdul Rahman or Commissioner Morris, would like to say a few words before I dive into the meat of the strategy.
No.
Just thank you for meeting with us and, you know, including us all along the step of the way. I do appreciate that.
And I'll just say that that I'm proud of the report that got put together. Obviously, the Project Orca is a big deal, but the jail feasibility study is also a big deal. These other things are big deals as well, but those two in particular stand out to me, and they're going to be very, very important to the citizens of this county. I am sorry that I couldn't come up with a better word than operationalize, which I looked up and is actually a word, but I was sure it wasn't, but it is.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Can you bring up the slides for me, please?
All right. We got to do better, whoever's doing this.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. And the next slide. So I'd like to start with our strategic objectives for 2021 through 25. I won't go into each one of them in detail, but I'd like to talk about some of the highlights. One is obviously our focus and our commitment is to exceeding the recognized standards for safety and justice functions. And we have standards for a number of them. The court has standards in terms of case processing. The medical examiner has commitments that it needs to make in terms of keeping its certification and the like. So one of our focuses and priorities has always been on making sure that we adhere and meet or exceed the standards associated with different aspects of the system. The second is delivering a high level of public safety services, whether it be the police, the medical examiner, 911, FSEMA. We'll talk a little bit about some of the specifics, but that's a big priority for us. And then finally, focusing on things like cyber and some emerging challenges that have become perhaps even more important and more prevalent as over the last couple of years. Next page, please. And so in terms of on the horizon or the priorities over the next few years, one is, and we've talked a lot about Project Orca, but one is obviously focusing on reducing the backlog of cases. Additionally, we also focused on improving the end-to-end performance of the court system, in addition to Project Orca. And so what you'll hear from us over the next couple of months is, what does the system look like post-Orca? What are we going to do in terms of continuing our virtual court system? What are we going to do in terms of implementing technology and keeping technology that we've had? What are we going to do in terms of improving processes? Before COVID, we weren't, in fact, meeting the standards associated with criminal and civil cases. The only place we were meeting standards was in family court. We need to get back to ensuring that we're on the right track. So that'll be a priority for us as well. You have heard a presentation on the Justice Diversion Center. I'll talk a little bit more about that. A big focus of ours will be making sure that we are ready for the next pandemic. We're going to be moving from what we call an operational protocol, which is where we actually administer tests and administer vaccines, to making sure that we are ready, in fact, to deal with a future occurrence of a virus. And then we talked a little bit, Commissioner Morris mentioned the jail feasibility study. That's a big deal. I'll talk a bit about that. And then our Public Safety Training Center, which is where the planning process is underway. Next slide, please. We've talked about Project Orca. I won't get into details. We talked about it this month, but we have reduced the number of cases by approximately 30,000, and we have a number of other actions we need to continue to focus on as we continue down that path for the next 17 or 18 months. Next slide, please. This just gives you a sense for how we're tracking. Here again, if it was linear, we would be tracking exactly what you would expect. But this is not going to be linear. There are going to be some times when we're above the line, below the line. But here again, we had a discussion about that earlier today. Next slide. The performance standards. And here again, as we talked, as I mentioned, we have a system where we had begun to start making some changes, including greater transparency in terms of the court system itself and dashboards and the like, as well as focusing on things like how do we use case management more effectively and more extensively through the court system. We will continue to focus on those things because we do have a system that does, in fact, need to continue to transition to using better practices and better policies and better technology. So that will continue to be a focus of ours. And as we talked about earlier today, the ability to improve the operations of the court system is what's going to reduce the potential for us building a new backlog as we move through, as we finalize the cases that are part of Project Orca. Next slide. This talks to the Justice Diversion Center. As you know, we have a program underway, a partnership with the City of Atlanta, where we are looking at the Atlanta City Detention Center as a potential place for diversion services. Our county manager is part of that committee. I know they've met a number of times, and they're in the planning process. I think it's fair to say that opening in the fall of 2022 is probably aspirational at this point in time, because there's a lot of work that has to be done. Judge McBurney is our key representative on that committee, amongst others, but he's one of the leaders of it, and so that's kind of where we are. But here again, the plan is really to develop what I'd call a broad-based diversion capability utilizing the ACDC with details to come. Next slide, please. This talks to emergency preparedness, and I mentioned before, we're really moving from a protocol of delivering vaccines and delivering tests and being in an operational mode to one of, okay, let's step back and figure out, one, what have we learned from the processes in terms of what do we need to do in terms of an adequate supply of PPE? What do we need to do in terms of our partnership with the Board of Health in terms of being able to deal with some of these things? What do we need to do in terms of tracking and reporting and analyzing on how we're in fact progressing through a particular virus or pandemic? And so some of those things are going to be part of what I'd call our continuous operating plan, associated with a virus of some type. The other thing is we're going to make sure that we have the resource to be able to respond appropriately. When COVID first hit, we, like a number of other organizations, were scrambling, quite frankly, to get PPE, basic PPE, In some cases, we were able to get to the front of the line. In some cases, we were at the back of the line. In some cases, we didn't get what we expected to get. And so one of the things we're making sure we have is a supply of the things that we think we would need, certainly in the first stages of a future pandemic, and making sure that we're able to deploy those things appropriately. Obviously, we learned a lot in terms of the work that Matt Kallmeyer and Doug did in setting up the vaccination center over at Mercedes-Benz, right? It was one of the largest in the country, very well regarded, but it took us a while, right? And we had some bumps along the way, and some of those things we're gonna make sure that if we were to do this again, we're able to do it probably faster and more efficiently and more effectively. And then finally, a focus on what I'd call the whole community. One of the things we learned is in dealing with the pandemic, it required a lot of cooperation, collaboration with our cities, collaboration with the Board of Health, collaboration with departments within the county itself, whether it be DREAM or whether it be AFCEMA. And so having that holistic approach and that partnership with our cities as well as our internal capabilities is going to be one of the key things we're going to make sure we have in place as we move forward from an emergency preparedness standpoint. Next slide, please. Jail feasibility study. Thank you, commissioners, for being part of the discussions we've had to date as part of the jail feasibility study. As we've talked about in the past, this is a holistic study that's going to be looking at everything from, how big a jail do we need? Where might that jail be? What services should be offered? What's it going to cost? And what are our options? We are about 3 months into what I'd call a 9-month process. Our goal is to have that set of recommendations delivered to you at the end of this year. There will be some touch points along the way. We've had a number of internal interviews. We've also started our external interviews with external stakeholders that will include our various cities. It will include individuals from nonprofits in the community to ensure that we have a total kind of view of this thing. And that is, quite frankly, it's inclusive in terms of getting input into what this 21st century jail might look like. That's kind of where we are at this point in time. I think the team has done a nice job at this point in getting input and gathering data, but a lot of more work to be done. Next slide, please. Public Safety Training Center. At this point in time, we're kind of finalizing the where and the what in some ways. We have a target completion for early 2023. The total budget is a bit over $12 million. At this point in time, based on the spec, we're looking at a facility of about 30,000 square feet. And here again, hope to get started on the actual identification of the site and get some work done in terms of groundbreaking before the end of this year. With a target completion date here again, first quarter of 2023, probably a little aspirational, but certainly hope to make significant progress between now and then. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense for the budget associated with the justice and safety area. It is, in fact, one of the largest single categories, if not the largest single category of spend that we as a county expend on an annual basis. As you can see in 2022, that spend is a little south of $400 million that is spent on all of the justice and safety related items. That includes obviously general fund items, it includes the sheriff's budget, and includes other things that generally fall under the justice and safety umbrella. It has been relatively flat for the last couple of years. Part of that obviously has been because of COVID. We've also had the opportunity to use some CARE and ARPA dollars to devote to certain parts of the spend associated specifically with things that were COVID driven. But this gives you a sense for the order of magnitude associated with this particular area. And finally, next slide. For 2021, just a quick review, and again, we've talked a bit about this, but in terms of looking back at 2021 and some of the highlights, we talked about the launching of the backlog project. We did, in fact, continue to transition more and more in-person hearings to virtual, which, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be critical for continuing to reduce our backlog and making sure we don't have one that grows in the future. We talked a bit about emergency management and all the things that Matt and AFSEMA and Doug and their team did. We continue to focus on how do we increase the transparency of court operations by the development and rollout of dashboards. If you go out on any county site around the U.S., you will not find the level of transparency that you find at Fulton County when it comes to information on the judges, information on the amount of cases, and so on. So we feel really good about where we are. We continue to make changes and to enhance it, but very much a focus and an accomplishment by Mike and the strategy team. And then finally, focusing on transitioning the Fulton County Police Department in light of, and in part because of the changes in the land that we were responsible for, or the parts of FIB, but also with an eye towards increasing our building security, which is particularly important for a number of reasons these days, and something that I think we had been lagging behind. And so a big focus and a big priority in terms of improving and heightening the level of security that we have across all of the Fulton County structures. Next slide. So that's pretty much it. You have the detail, I think, in front of you. You've seen the glossy. It's going to be up on the website. Happy to take any questions, but that is a very high level, 10 minutes in terms of where we are with justice and safety in our priority areas.
Do you have time for one question?
I do. All right. One question. Or more than that, depending on who's asking, I guess. But okay.
I might have 3 questions. Thank you for that report and for the update. I know that, folks are really tuned in these days to public safety issues, and so it's great to give a snapshot of where we are and where we think we're headed. The Justice Diversion Center that is underway, I know there's other conversations about partnerships with potentially with Atlanta and the jail with the sheriff. I'll ask you about that separately, but I'm just curious, the footprint of the building and this program, how much of the building itself will this program require?
That's a good question. I might defer to County Manager because I know he may have a feel for that, but I will tell you, I think that's still to be determined. But my understanding, though, is that even with this particular effort and diversion, there would be plenty of space. There would be a separate floor for us when we got the opportunity to move some of our detainees over there.
So you think it's 1 or 2 floors or something like that?
I'm not quite sure, Dick. I don't know if you know yet.
I think it has the possibility of 2 at the most, and I don't think it's the entirety. I mean, in other words, it's a pretty modest use of that whole facility.
Right now, it's 2 floors. In the conversations now, it's 2 floors.
Okay.
Thank you. And second question is about our progress, if any, with Atlanta on those discussions. I know there's been some recent media reports, but I haven't seen anything concrete. Is there real conversations underway?
So there are real conversations. I had one with Odie Donald last week. I'm expecting, based on that conversation, a proposal from them either last week, since that's passed, or this week. So hopefully it's imminent.
Well, that's more good news. So I'm glad to hear that. Also, on your public safety training center, are you getting close to making a recommendation of a location?
Yes, we had identified a particular location, and we were down the path, and then there was some structural issues with that particular spot. So I think the location is going to be right next to the new animal shelter.
Yes, it is fine.
Perfect,
Yeah,
perfect.
so it's actually going to use the same, it's going to share a road. It's, how would I say it? If you're facing west, it's on the left side of the animal shelter.
So no land purchase necessary?
That is correct.
Well, when your aggressive timeline there, I thought that would mean that we already had the property, so.
Yeah, no, the property is probably obviously it's good to have the property, but the other things are supply chain issues and permitting and everything else associated with getting going. We're learning that from our efforts with the animal shelter. The constraints and the concerns about supply chain when it comes to building materials is real. So that's probably one of the bigger things we're going to have to contend with.
All right, and then there's nothing in this about the conversations that are ongoing with Alpharetta and the sheriff about reopening that facility, but I just wanted to make sure that the commissioners were aware that the conversations are productive, and hopefully there will be some sort of movement in the near future on that item.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioners. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Before we move to the next item, there is one action item that we added as add-on that I'd like to move to reconsider, that we address that before we potentially might lose a quorum.
All right.
And that was the add-on item 220301.
On page?
It was on the add-on agenda.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, entertain a motion to amend the agenda to take this item up now. There's a motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open to reconsider the agenda. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's before us.
22-0301, Public Works, request approval of a material guaranteed maximum price.
Ms. Strong Whitaker?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Ellis. This item is to purchase some of the needed pipe material. Pipe material steel is at an all-time high. It has an extremely long lead time, and the pricing is very volatile. The pricing is just going up and up and up. And so this is a very key component for the pump station, and we wanted to go ahead and get the piping purchased so that when the project starts, we're not delayed. So it is critical that we get this done.
Thank you. Motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any other questions? None. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item.
Bottom of page 7, the next item is Commissioner Arrington's. Would you like to?
He asked it to go ahead, and it was just to provide the report from the City of Atlanta, Fulton County Recreation Authority, and I think he previously supplied the minutes from the various meetings that all of us have access to.
Yes, 22-0264. The next item is 22-0266. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Transparency and Accountability in Fulton County.
Commissioner.
Yes, Chairman. I wanted to bring forth to the board an open session here at the Board of Commissioners. I noticed that an actual, I think it was a filing or something, and I'm not going to be specific about it because I know that from the reports on TV, there's ongoing litigation. But what I am concerned about, especially when it comes to transparency and accountability here at the county, and I will ask the county attorney this question, if there is pending litigation, should that not come through executive session?
Should what not come through?
If there's pending litigation, if someone has filed a suit, there was news reports of an EEOC complaint, and I saw paperwork that showed the Board of Commissioners' name on it, but I never saw it come through executive session. So my concern or question to you, my understanding based on being here, is that any litigation comes through executive session.
If it is litigation, that is correct. If you are referring to the matter that I believe you're referring to that was recently in the news, that is a pre-litigation matter that is pending before an agency that is not a court. So it is not, it's currently a pre-litigation matter that would not have been reported.
So pre-litigation matters don't come through executive
It's my
session?
understanding that they have not.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Next item.
Next item on page 8, 22-0297, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, March 17th, meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Mr. Chairman and colleagues, this is the usual summary of the meetings of the last Invest Atlanta Board of Directors meeting. I think there were 2 items on it. One was a Beltline TAD grant for an affordable housing project, and the other was a contract matter where we were simplifying and increasing, like we've done here, the kinds of things that can be contracted for and purchased without board approval to up the dollar amounts for those kinds of things, keep up with inflation and that sort of thing. But if you need more information on either one of those items, delighted to get that for you.
All right, continue.
22-0298, Atlanta Beltline, April 13th, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, as we try to do each board meeting, is give you a copy of the CEO of the Beltline's report, either to our board, which meets quarterly, or to the executive committee, which meets in the board's absence. So this is the April 13th CEO report. And again, if you look at it and want to know any additional information about any of the items on it, I'm delighted to get that for you.
22-0299, closing of Wellstar Hospital in South Fulton, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, Mr. Manager, you want to give a quick update on where we are, just quickly?
Yes,
Conversations are ongoing, and there's still a lot of work going on behind the scenes regarding a first-class medical facility in South Fulton County. That's all I'll say publicly at this time, but with respect to what's before us.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask Dr. Rochelle to make some comments that came out of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So there are 4 steps that we are researching and assessing regarding how to continue with services around emergency room and acute beds in South Fulton. Those steps are as follows: research and assess a county special tax for hospital and public health up to 7 mills, complete a community health needs assessment in partnership with Grady with a focus on South Fulton, request Wellstar to extend their deadline for exiting the emergency room acute bed services and restore 25 acute beds, and finally seek crisis access hospital designation from CNS, which could lead to an increase in reimbursement rates for Medicare and Medicaid for future emergency room services.
All right, that's where we are now. Any questions? I'll just add that my most recent conversation with Wellstar is that the deadline is firm, and the request for additional beds pretty much fell on deaf ears, but they're still open and will continue to operate. Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for bringing this forward for conversation. I do think there's a couple of representatives of Wellstar here with us today if we want to hear from them. But did I just hear correctly, a 7 mil hospital tax?
No, well, she sort of misspoke, but go ahead, Dr. Rochelle.
And it's up to, so it could be a percentage, but it can be up to. So the proposal is not to levy 7, but the conversation was
Okay,
around.
that's a huge conversation.
Yes.
What is the current value of a mill? Close to $70 million?
It's more around 60.
All right, so that's $360 million or something crazy like that? I'm so shocked by this 7 mills that I'm not doing adequate math, I'm sure.
Yeah. Commissioner Hausman, the 7 mills, and the county attorney can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but that is statutorily what's allowed under the Hospital Authorities Act in Georgia, that a county can levy to support hospitals through the Hospital Authorities Act. And it would be yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of 420
And our
million.
our
at the
current
wholesale.
millage rate is what?
Yeah, 9 and some change.
Yeah, so almost equal to our current overall millage rate would be that proposal. You know, I've heard media reports about a potential millage rate. I will tell you, it's going over like a lead balloon in people I'm talking to. So I'm not sure the real feasibility of that, but I am curious what y'all are talking about that potential millage rate covering.
Well, actually, there's no, whatever improvements are made, first of all, the objective is a first-class medical facility in South Fulton County, and I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's a need, it's a demonstrated need for it. The question is, even improvements to the existing facility has a price tag. So the question becomes, how do we pay for whatever we decide in the final analysis to do with respect to that facility? And one of the options that other cities and counties across the country, several of them have a dedicated revenue stream for public health. That's how that came about. There's no decision made. We haven't even discussed that, but it would be a possible source other than our current general fund.
Okay, and we all know that we currently support a public hospital, and that's Grady already. I know that Grady has been in conversations over the last 3 years, maybe, with Wellstar about possible partnerships or, you know, what to do about the situation with the South Fulton facility. I also, the data I've seen indicates that there was only 10% or so of the market share that was utilized in that hospital currently before this decision was made for whatever reason. I mean, I would like to ask if the Wellstar folks would like to make any comments. We give them the opportunity to do so while we have them here. Would that be okay, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, they're welcome to say anything they want to say.
I mean,
let's
if
be-
we're gonna, I know, but if we're gonna start this conversation, let's get an update from them.
Absolutely, have them come on down, but let's be real clear that there is an absolute demonstrated need for a first-class medical facility in South Fulton County. And what that looks like going forward, we don't know. But whatever it looks like, there's a price tag to it, and we'll have to consider that in addition to what we currently do with Brady Hospital.
Okay, and I'm not disputing the need. It's who pays for it, that's the question I would put on the table. All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Chairman Pitts and members of the Fulton County Commission. We have appreciated very much the opportunity to talk with so many of you over, in many cases, the past 2 years, as Commissioner Hausman stated, but especially here over the last 2 weeks since we've been able to share with the group and with our elected leaders at the local and state and federal level the new plan for Wellstar AMC South. We also want to thank Mayor Dina Ingram from East Point and Councilmember Karen Renee, whom we've had 2 very constructive conversations, meetings with over the past 2 weeks. It's great to have partners in our elected leaders. County Manager Anderson, thank you again for all the meetings that you have helped us to secure over the past couple of years. You know, there's been some press coverage that has been sensational about the issue that's occurring at Wellstar AMC South. And they talk about hospital closure and the facilities closing and leaving the community. And I just want to stand before you here today and promise you one more time that Wellstar has signed our name on the dotted line. We've raised our hand and said over and over that we want to provide health care services in this community when nobody else has been willing to sign on that line or raise their hand, including, as Commissioner Hausman mentioned, other potential partners that we have been exploring over the past 2 years. what we're realizing is that only 10% of the population is choosing to use Wellstar AMC South for emergency services, acute care services, elective procedures. And the rest of the patient base is driving right past that facility. And despite the fact that we have invested more than $120 million since we bought that facility, took it off of the for-profit tenant chopping block so that we could rescue it. And we hoped with all of our hearts that by implementing a marketing campaign, hiring full-time physicians instead of contract physicians, employed nurses rather than contract nurses, employed security rather than contract security, that we would get great buy-in from the members of the community. And we did get some, but the truth is it hasn't moved the needle. And we have accepted some constructive criticism about our marketing campaign. Is there more that we would have liked to have done? Is there more that we could have done? That was the plan until COVID came, and we had to shift those marketing resources to COVID awareness. And it took, considerable financial investments in order to educate the community. You guys remember all the COVID calls that we had our epidemiologist and others on to try to educate the community and keep folks out of the hospital with COVID. Wellstar, again, is not closing the facility. What this facility is going to look like is an urgent care plus, and it's going to continue providing the services that the community is choosing us for now. It's going to be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, unique model that is going to continue to accept and to treat every patient regardless of their ability to pay. And that's a big deal. That's a big commitment. But we're proud to do it. And again, we're the ones that have signed up for it. This is going to allow us flexibility because we're going to keep the hospital licensure to continue to have conversations with each of you, with the elected leaders in East Point, the other mayors in South Fulton County, with Grady, with the state, and with other partners to help us perhaps find a better way forward and perhaps find a way to allow this to continue as an acute care facility. But what we're doing right now is moving those acute care team members to AMC Main if they would like to go there. We've taken a unique approach in our HR department to look up each team member's home address. And we're finding many of those team members live in Douglas County, live out in Austell and Cobb County, where we've got good hospitals in both of those areas, and offering them a chance to be able to work a little bit closer to home. And so we have a no layoff policy, and we're proud of that. So I just appreciate again all of you for the grace and the understanding that you have extended to me and the other members of the Wellstar team in the conversations that we have had leading up to today, and that we promise to continue to have in the future. Mr. Chairman, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
All right, anything else, Commissioner Houston? All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. You're doing well.
I just want to say that I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you all do.
Thank you.
I know, well, from the reports that I got and the conversations that I was in, anyone wanting to come in and get it, it was you're talking about $50 million. And so what I don't want to happen to you all is for you all to be beat up.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay? Because I know your commitment. I know what you were dealing with. I think that we have dropped the ball. When I say we, I mean we as a community, we as committed individuals, we as elected officials, because South Fulton has needed a hospital for quite a while. In my district, I know we had some earlier conversations at the beginning of my actual being sworn in and my concerns about a hospital. And so the one thing that I don't want to do with this, or what I'm seeing it, is people begin to play politics with it.
Thank you for saying that.
And I just think that's a travesty, because I know what you all went through. I know what you were trying to do, and I know how dedicated you are to the community. But I also know that when it comes to business decisions, we have to put the infrastructure in place. We have to put the bandwidth in place. We have to work together to make sure that we support our hospitals. And so I'm openly telling you that I support you all. I know that the decision was not one that's being played out in the media, but some benefit for it being played out like that because it's election season.
I understand.
And I, for one, stand with you all. I hope that we can find, like I said in the conversations I have had with people, myself trying to find out what can be done to come in and do what they want to do. It would be a $50 million price tag or more. So I can understand, you know, Commissioner Hausman's concern as far as what we're trying to do. But at the end of the day, I don't want the finger to be pointed at you all. The finger should be pointed at all of us, because we have a responsibility to this community for you not to be in the situation you're in. And I, for one, apologize that you're in that situation. I, for one, apologize that it looks one way or it's being portrayed one way, and it's not that way.
Sincere thanks.
So I just want to thank you, and hopefully whatever we can do, it'll be in the best interest of the community. But I know that you all worked very hard. You're continuing to work hard, and you have the community hard first. And I know that, and I just wanted to tell you thank you.
Mr. Ellis, you have the floor. Mr. Ellis? All right. Any other questions?
If I might, just one more last thing. We're going to continue with that same optimism, and I will add that because of the heightened profile that these news stories have generated, we've had several people reach out to us, and we're having conversations again about potential partnerships. Therefore, we remain very optimistic that the health care that we're able to provide in this community in South Fulton will only improve. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis?
Thank you.
No, I appreciate you raising the issue. I mean, I think there's obviously this is a multifaceted issue. You know, Wellstar certainly expressed some certain things. I mean, people also would probably have some different views about, you know, the obligations that an operator has when they've got a certificate of need in a particular area, and, you know, how long they stick with that when they make certain purchases. So, you know, I mean, there are a lot of different opinions on this, right? So, and I appreciate the folks from Wellstar coming up and sharing that. I just, you know, would caution us about getting too far down the road about, you know, we're going to go out and levy mills and this sort of stuff without really sort of, you know, thinking all that through, right? I mean, there are a lot of things. What would it take to form a hospital authority? You know, could an authority be set up within a certain geographical area? Could it be a multi-county hospital authority? You know, all those sorts of things, right? You know, what would that mean for, you know, kind of the support that we're given to one entity through, you know, our own hospital authority, right? You know, I don't know, can we have a second hospital authority? I mean, all those sorts of questions, you know, I think, you know, really come into play. And analyzing what the need is, certainly, and, you know, seems like there is a need for that in that particular area, but if you put the best facility in the world there and people aren't using it, then that's a problem too, right? You know, I mean, if the county shouldn't necessarily, you know, fund an investment in something that wouldn't get utilization, so we'd have to, you know, have some verification around that what we would be putting money into would get the return that we expected for. So there's a lot of stuff here. So, I mean, hopefully this is, the chairman is raising this, you know, certainly it's, key issue within this community. I get that and understand that, and it is, but hopefully the chairman's raising it in the spirit of, getting discussions going versus a preconceived sort of solution to the matter. I mean, I understand you made the request of Wellstar, which they've not, which were fair requests to make, and, they've chosen not to accept that. But I guess as we go forward here, this is really more just a start of what would be a very long-term discussion.
You're correct, Commissioner.
Okay,
Ross.
thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
I'd like to ask Wellstar to come back down to the microphone, please.
Ms. Smith, you're Wellstar?
Whoever wants to speak to the fact that we have had a conversation about this. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. And I did allude to the fact that we've had some great constructive conversations with members of the board, with the chairman, with Mayor Dina Ingram from East Point, and Council member Karen Renee. Absolutely want those conversations to continue in the same vein that Commissioner Ellis stated. This is a big conversation.
Yes.
And although it's one that's been ongoing for a couple of years now, it's going to take some time to find the best model for the community.
Yes.
And we appreciate the grace, the wisdom, and the creative minds that we've talked to, especially over the past couple of weeks. It's exciting, and we have had some new interest from potential partners who have reached out to us. So
Yes.
that provides us with some optimism moving forward.
Yes, and I just want to say that, when we all spoke, your team and mine, I stated that this is absolutely an opportunity for us to do what is right for the community.
That's right.
And I was happy to hear that Wellstar and team are on board with that sentiment, that this
Absolutely.
is simply an opportunity. And as one commissioner who did attend the chairman's meeting, and I know that we cannot have a quorum, so I was very careful not to attend it if there were other commissioners there, but there were not. So I was happy to attend that meeting because I can tell you this, the meeting was all about what can we do to save this facility so that we do have those services below I-20, and to be more specific, south of I-20. And our discussion in that room was simply about how do we address this? How do we remain a good partner with Wellstar and anyone else that can contribute to assisting with maintaining these medical services in that community? And two things that came out of that were, and I want to thank Dr. Rochelle for her input because she's very knowledgeable about health. And so what came out of that was that we definitely need to do a hospital feasibility study. Is that not correct, Dr. Rochelle?
Yes, ma'am.
And that we also need to do a community health needs assessment. But I do recall when we talked on the phone, somebody said, we call it China.
That's right.
Because of the
China report.
acronym, yes. So, so we are on the Fulton County side of like mind that we do need to have the study and the assessment. Dr. Rochelle explained the need for that when we brought it up, as it was Chairman, myself, and Commissioner Arrington actually called in after he got out of court. And so we agreed that there is a need for those things. And I enjoyed the conversation because you proved to me that you definitely want to continue to help in this area, that you're not trying to just abandon the people there. You do want to maintain the beds and everything. So we are of like mind with that. I just want to be clear of that to our listening and viewing audience. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, for helping
Thank you,
correct some of
Commissioner.
that media narrative. And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Rochelle mentioned having Grady at the table to conduct those needs assessments. And we at Wellstar would also very much welcome the opportunity to be with you at the table for those discussions moving forward.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I appreciated our opportunity to talk the other day.
Yes, sir.
It's a complicated issue. It's a lot more than throwing money at something and building some wonderful building. You've got to have people who have faith and confidence in wanting to go to the facility. You've got to have specialist physicians and other providers. I mentioned in our conversation in my prior life, my firm, I was CFO and general counsel for an architecture engineering firm, and we did a lot of hospital design throughout the Southeast and saw so many hospitals closing because the specialists, the orthopedic surgeons, the OBGYNs, whoever, wanted to go to bigger cities or bigger hospitals or wherever. And
Or to go private.
I mentioned the hospital in the town my mother still resides in. They have an ER, and when she fell and broke her hip and got taken to the ER, they could X-ray her, but they didn't have an orthopedic, so she had to get in the ambulance and drive to Gadsden. Right. And so it's complicated. You've got to have a lot of things to make the hospital viable, and throwing money at it is probably not the solution. But it's always great. This is not a rural area like so many of the hospitals that my firm saw close were in rural areas which didn't have that capacity. This is a highly populated part of the metro area. You'd think it would all be there. So if we can make it happen, great. And if not, more power to you all continuing to do what you can do down there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner
Thank you
Hall?
for that recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one question. Is Wellstar in the process of trying to buy any other hospitals in the state of Georgia right now?
Not to my knowledge.
No? Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Wellstar? Thank you. Any other matters to come before us today? Not,
Thank
we're
y'all.
adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.